PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer? Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
ICE cracking down across the nation, cracking down on illegals here in this country. Among them, and we'll talk about it as far as here in Philadelphia, across the nation, and we'll weave in the Department of Justice and what's going on with them, the latest. But it's being reported by ICE locally that multiple arrests happened, and this in Philadelphia, surrounding communities. ICE detaining more than 56,000 immigrants in centers around the country. And so that's 56,000 of these individuals across the country being held. In this latest one, it looks like 5 individuals were arrested. And to their credit, the Philadelphia Inquirer actually got some of the video from, it looks like maybe somebody's private video from a private building or a surveillance. But if you're watching us here on YouTube, and I appreciate it if you are, we appreciate you if you're here on YouTube, and you can see the law enforcement officers with their bulletproof vests making this arrest of 5 different individuals. And by the way, they're reportedly 5 Guatemalan men in South Philadelphia, the activists in the area who are against these types of arrests. They're saying that, in fact, this went down. Now, neighbors could be heard cursing and swearing at these officers who are here. You know, I don't know what these 5 individuals are accused of, or if they're allegedly perhaps being human trafficked in some way, because we've seen that as well. And I imagine that some of the neighbors don't know why these individuals are being focused upon, but we know that this is not random. This is something where they go forth, they have a targeted situation, they're not collateral arrests as is being said. I disagree with that. So that's the claim. Oh, they're just collateral damage as, you know, ICE enforcement in Philadelphia and across the country tries to round up illegals who've committed crimes. Sometimes, and I have this confirmation from sources, that sometimes there are individuals who are taken in because they, in fact, might be caught up in a human trafficking situation. So that's a developing story as we look at what's happening across the region, but you have media reporting it in a different way. Let's find out. Let's find out what was going on. Are they being charged, or are they allegedly individuals who are being trafficked? Let's wait and see. This is a very respectful situation, and you've heard me say they have due process. They do. They're treated with respect. They're being arrested. They're being detained. And then they do have due process. They're given attorneys. My goodness, I just reported a moment ago that a convicted killer who's here illegally, remember? Ibarra, the person convicted of a heinous murder, a slaughter of a young woman, Laken Riley. She fought for her life for about 20 minutes. And this guy was convicted, had full due process, had a team of attorneys that we pay for. And now that team, by the way, is allowed to fight in a court of law, given all these rights to say, well, this guy, he didn't get a fair shake and maybe he's mentally ill. So they're getting due process, which is, sometimes I think once they're convicted, come on already. But here in Philadelphia, they'll get their due process. We'll report it. Let's take you over now to what the Department of Justice is focusing on. This was really something that one of my favorites, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, she focused in her state of Arkansas. I know they've done this in Texas and other states as well, to say, hey, we're going to watch farmland. We don't want foreign entities to buy up our farmland, especially if it's in whether or not it's close to a military base or not. I really don't like the fact that foreigners can come in and buy up our land. I really don't like that, but especially as we see this close to specific places where they're growing our food, where there's a military base. So let's take you through what is being discussed. And this is Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth. Why are they focusing on this, by the way? Let's go through and listen in as they focus on farmland being bought across America and DOJ now taking interest in this and saying, nope, not going to happen here. Listen in.
Did you want to start with Brooke Rollins? Because she kind of gives a whole rundown, and then we can give a Pete Hegseth and Pam Bondi. Here's Brooke Rollins first.
Today, we are taking this purpose and our American farmland back. American agriculture is not just about feeding our families, but about protecting our nation and standing up to foreign adversaries who are buying our farmland, stealing our research, and creating dangerous vulnerabilities in the very systems that sustain us. Reshoring and nearshoring our food and agriculture supply chain is essential for our nation's security. In coordination with the White House, the Departments of Treasury, Defense, Homeland Security, and Justice, as well as state governors, state agriculture commissioners, local, tribal, and territorial governments, today we announced the USDA's National Farm Security Action Plan. This plan includes 7 key action items, and there's a lot of people here that I want you to hear from, so I'm not going to go one by one, but just very quickly. It's on our website. The press has gotten a preview of it, and we can ask some questions once we finish the main program. But very quickly, and perhaps the most important, the first of the 7, is securing and protecting American farmland ownership. Actively engaging at every level of government to take swift legislative and executive action to ban the purchase of American farmland by Chinese nationals and other foreign adversaries. Standing on the shoulders of great governors, 3 of whom are standing behind me, who have already been leading the way on this issue. And at the federal government level, working to do everything within our ability, including presidential authorities, to claw back what has already been purchased by China and other foreign adversaries.
Yeah, so that's Brooke Rollins. I'll interrupt real quick here because I want to just take you through this. And I've been reporting on this for years. I mean, we've discussed this. And this is a growing movement and a realization in our nation as far as foreign ownership of farmland across the United States of America. And as Brooke Rollins, as she refers to here, some states are better than others as far as the awareness and the crackdown. States like Texas, Arkansas, and across the nation. And I know that there was a bipartisan bill, the Farmland Security Act of 2025, introduced to strengthen the reporting requirements for some of these foreign investors. I've reported on this a ton. Let's go next to our next clip in line. This is SecDef Pete Hegseth, and he's concerned about this as an issue of national security.
I want to know who owns the land around our bases and strategic bases, and getting an understanding of why foreign entities, foreign companies, foreign individuals might be buying up land around those bases. That's something I should be paying attention to on behalf of the American people, on behalf of my department, and on behalf of the president. It's common sense. And so food security, just like energy resilience, just like where we get our water, that's all national security, especially in a contingency. So we would be asleep at the wheel if we were not fully a party to an effort like this to ensure that our nation had the food supply it needs. But specifically, our troops have what they need on our bases, so that in those moments you can rely on us here in the United States to provide that security. So no longer can foreign adversaries assume we're not watching and we're not paying attention and we're not doing something about it, because we are. So, Brooke, thank you very much.
So I will point out to you, and I always give credit where credit is due, and U.S. Senator Fetterman is among those teaming up to crack down on China's, in particular China's attempts to purchase U.S. farmland. And so it's a bipartisan bill that we've seen across the country. And if you look at it, Pennsylvania is in play here. But you look at nearly 300,000 acres of farmland has been bought up by the Chinese and foreign entities. Are you concerned about that? Do you feel it's a national security issue? You know, Pete Hegseth talked about being asleep at the wheel, and I think that describes the previous administration, that they were asleep at the wheel, and this is just one more example. And so we're seeing Republicans and Democrats in a bipartisan way, and agriculture obviously huge here in Pennsylvania, but across the country as well, when you think about our food supply and the concern about that, and just protecting the American farmer, right? That this is part of the American, American experience, if you will. And so the fact that others could buy up our land like this and that nobody really was watching it, it's scary to me when you think about it. Hundreds of thousands of acres of beautiful farmland across our country. And then once it's bought, because some of it was purchased, it was all purchased legally, obviously. So now they have to try to scale that back. And that's part of this. This is the Attorney General. This is AG Pam Bondi. And let's listen as Bondi speaks about this and says what they'll do moving forward. But my question is, well, how do you erase the past?
For sending packages of concealed biological materials into the United States. It's going to stop. FBI has opened over 100 biosmuggling investigations in recent years. We will prosecute you. We will hold you accountable. Thank you to everyone who is here today, especially Secretary Rollins, Secretary Hegseth, all of our good friends, governors, my good friends, Governor Huckabee. And all of us will never back down from supporting our American farmers. God bless.
Yeah, so she obviously was referring to, and I think to me, when I think of which governor has focused on this from day one, it was Sarah Huckabee Sanders, Arkansas governor. So what Bondi is referring to, just to remind you, it's a story that I had reported on at the time, and something that has not really made huge headlines and follow-ups. And that is, remember I had reported, and this was, I'll say 3+ weeks ago, those Chinese researchers that they're jailed right now by this Department of Justice, by the way. They're in jail and they're charged in these are separate cases of accused of biological smuggling cases. And there were even those who had said, well, this is their scientists, and even the media, you saw that they were trying to be fair with them. I'm all about being unbiased, but isn't it interesting that this does not fit the narrative? So you're not really hearing that. Remember the story I told you about, the biological smuggling of these different kinds of fungi and things that could, pollute our crops, if you will, and create havoc in our country. And so DOJ is saying, we want to go after this in a tough way and send the signal, but as well, they have to look for this. So it's something that that is, critical. So it's Yingling Zhang, one of them, and it was that fungus. Remember this? I had reported it a few weeks ago. And so they've been charged with smuggling that fungus, ID'd as Fusarium graminearum, which has been described as, quote, a potential agroterrorism weapon. And so that was one of those situations where customs was among those, caught them smuggling this fungus that would damage our crops and potentially would affect livestock as well as humans, raising concerns about so-called agroterrorism and threats to food security and posing this national security threat. If you remember at the time, within a day or so, I had reported that there were those who said, well, this fungus, it already exists here. Yeah, it may exist, it may be here, but not to this level. And so they're hyping it up, if you will. That's a real problem. And then exploiting academia for a malicious purpose. So these are some of the charges that they're saying. This is agroterrorism, if you will, and threatens all of us. A major concern. And it's good to make us all aware of this. And so I had reported that at the time. So I'm putting all of this together for you. I think it's wise that DOJ has all of the different, so they've got the agriculture secretary, they've got, USDA, they've got Pete Hegseth to bring in the national security angle, and then they've got Pam Bondi, who's also, bringing forth, and by the way, a good look for her, as Dan and I were talking before the show, a good look for Bondi, because it's not a good look with this. I'll just say it's not a good look. I know we talked about it a lot this morning with the Epstein files just being told nothing to see here yesterday. It's bizarre. I know we talked a lot about that this morning, so I'm taking a little different focus. Get your calls, 855-839-1210. I'll take a quick break, and then we'll take your calls. We'll get Dan's fill on this and really try to flesh this out. Be right back.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, empowering members to do more for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought Smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Updating you, a lot of new developments this morning. New developments. If we're still having technical problems, let me know, because this
that was
morning
just I had you and
Okay.
I was IFBing you still. Sorry about that.
So some critical issues going on with the DC 33 strike. A lot of breaking news happening. We've got it all covered. Coming up at 10:30, Dr. Michael Busler will go through the big, beautiful bill, as we'll go through some of the benefits and what he sees. We'll talk about, obviously, one of my favorite topics, Jerome Powell and the Fed and interest rates. We'll go through all of that. And then Ruthie Bloom, live from Tel Aviv. She'll be here on Zoom, so you can see her on YouTube. And she'll be here at 11:15 this morning. So you'll hear a little bit from Trump and Bibi. Thank you, Bibi. So we'll get to all of that coming up. There's a critical issue, one of many going on with the DC 33 strike in Philadelphia. 9,000 hardworking union members, not just sanitation. I mean, the garbage on the streets. I'm a city resident, as you know, longtime resident. It's nasty. It's stinky. We got the heat. We got the rain. But now we have Philadelphia city officials. They're claiming that some of the striking workers had been blocking the trucks from delivering important chemicals to the water facilities, so affecting the Philadelphia Water Department and the chlorine that they need to put in and that sort of thing to make sure that everything is sanitary. So they had to call in Philadelphia police to make sure that they were escorting them. And thank you, because I'm getting some, sources DMing me and texting me with some of the latest information and the breaking news that's happening. Thank you for that. I always appreciate it. But police helping to make sure that these vital deliveries can be made. So Philadelphia Water Department said that they, and there was training involved. They prepared for this. But you think about this as supervisors, as cops now. So this is affecting other departments. Think about the impact back in the day from the defund the police movement. Think about what happened. We're at least 1,200 officers down. Now we're pulling police for these critical areas. And so that's leading to overtime and people exhausted and people out working in the heat. And so 12-hour shifts to make sure that everything, is happening. And then as well, because they're allegedly blocking some of the chemical deliveries. And this is the importance of talking about a strike and things literally heating up, as now these striking workers are this is a full week, 7 days, but the health risk posed by the strike. So a Philadelphia judge had ordered that some of those, essential staff members needed to get back to work, some essential technicians. We saw this last week with, for example, the 911 system being burdened by this, especially with all the violent crime. And it was over a holiday weekend, and we see how they're, so far, thank God, knock wood. I mean, the police have, been, when they're called to these shooting scenes, and my God, there were nearly 50 shootings since last Friday. And so you think about the necessity, the life-saving necessity of these first responders. But I will say it also, I can't help but say this, some of these individuals, 911, water department, they're at the airport, they're at, the sanitation level as far as garbage trucks. The starting salary is $45,000 a year. It's not enough. Lifeguards, teenagers who are part-time lifeguards for a summer job make more money right now than these professional individuals. And that's what they're saying. That's their point. They cannot zoom it in. But I would say at this point, maybe it's in the form of reward these individuals for those who are long-term employees who've been here, who did not zoom it in, who stuck with the city of Philadelphia and have served us and worked very hard. Unions are not necessarily known for bonuses for those types of jobs. I would say they deserve bonuses. If they didn't get bonuses when they were with us during the pandemic, I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't get a bonus in the private sector. Who did in the city? I was here. I know it's all about me.
Where's the bonus?
I'm like my teenage
Show me
sons,
the money.
I'm like doing my selfie. Like, it's all about me. Like, I worked here. I didn't get my zoom it in. You know what I'm saying? So why didn't I get a bonus? So I do sound a little bit like like a Gen Zers or whatever. They're always
It's a great point. It's a great point. I'm going to underline it. Yes.
For those of us who came in every single day during the pandemic, and I did not call in sick, and I did not zoom it in for years. There were people who in the city. The thing is, Dan, we didn't even know it until Sherelle Parker came. We didn't know how many people were zooming it in.
Yeah.
Until Sherelle Parker became mayor.
Mm-hmm.
And then she was like,
no, we're not doing that anymore.
She was like waving her finger. Nope, get back to work.
And they really thought this was the new future.
Yeah.
People really thought that this was what was going to be the future of working. And it's absolutely asinine.
And at the federal level, Trump, right? We learned it wasn't until Trump got back, thank God, got back into, then we realized, and with Doge and Elon Musk, I still love you, Elon. I hope you guys I'm making a heart shape with my hands. Make up, you and Trump. But seriously, we didn't know until Elon and Trump and Sherelle Parker, we didn't know how bad it was. How many people were just zooming it in. Now, there are some people in some jobs that can zoom it in and they work very effectively, but I think it's a case-by-case individual basis, okay? And maybe even when people are on some kind of a leave, maybe they're on a family leave for whatever reason, but they don't take as long a family leave, right? That they can actually take their family leave, but maybe they can ease back into things. So maybe we've learned a lot about what it is to zoom it in, if you will. I have no problem with that as long as it's an individual basis. But to Dan Borowski's point, and you make the point, Dan, that for government workers, they just felt like this is the new reality. And we can all zoom it in. No.
Sorry.
Not going to happen. For some people, if you're high performing and disciplined and depending on your job, but my point to you is a lot of these jobs with these 9,000 individuals, it's a physical job. They have stuck with it. They're out on a deal like this in 105 degree heat indices. And you know what else? I love my sanitation. Do you? I love them. They're great people.
Do you buy them like holiday gifts?
Not officially, but yeah. I do. I run out there with our envelope.
That's why I ask. Yeah.
I'm like, we appreciate you.
Like
We love you.
That would.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a little friendship between you and me. This is not, even though tips are no longer under the big beautiful bill, I guess you can tip them, but the city says you can't. So I'm officially didn't say that, but I love you guys and gals. And I hope you get what you deserve in the form of like bonuses or something. Find a way. But at the same point, Doge. I hope that Mayor Sherelle Parker doges people who are, they've been fighting this with the Zooming.
I actually have audio of Dawn calling Sherelle Parker after the show.
Show me the money! Show me the money!
Woo! Show me the money. But this is why I will say I love Mayor Parker in the sense that she inherited this hot mess. She inherited the fact that these individuals during previous administrations deserved raises and they did not get it. Do you know what I'm saying? So I know I'm the enabler. I am, but I'm saying I'm giving her a chance because she inherited a hot mess. Let's just be real here. It's a mess. And now this is a tense situation. By the way, the PWD, Philadelphia Water Department, just released, they do the testing, and you can drink. I was out over the weekend because I'm dieting and training and trying to lose weight.
Why?
Because I always am.
You don't need it.
Thank you, Dan.
You're
but
welcome.
You know how it is. We women especially, but I think all of us, we go, oh, you're never like thin enough.
Gotcha.
Not that,
Yeah.
because the summer clothes just don't, the zipper,
Well, Maisie's the same way, and she's like,
well, she's
when
pregnant.
when not
So,
pregnant, she's
yeah.
like 100 pounds. It's like,
Dan was
what are you thinking?
So I did, but where I was going with the water was, it was hot out, and I was working out in the yard, and I was planting stuff. So the hose, there's nothing better than you're watering out there, and you drink from that hose.
Oh, no.
Yes.
No, Dawn. No.
So they just released.
Wait.
What?
You'd allow your sons to drink from the hose?
Of course.
That doesn't sound like a Dawn Sensland thing.
If you are watering out there, you just let it run. Make sure you let it run for like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
but it's like when it gets nice and cold.
Yeah, but you don't know it crawls in there and nests.
Well, that's why you've run the hose now 5 minutes. There's nothing in there.
You never know if you're swallowing, a spider egg that got caught.
High protein sources. But our water you don't have to drink bottled water. Honestly, our water's fine in Philadelphia.
Yeah?
It's fine. You can drink. Do you drink the water out of the spigot or out of the sink?
We when we lived in Port Richmond, we ran everything through a Brita just because we didn't trust the rusty pipes that were under the streets in Philadelphia.
But you let it run.
Yeah.
Just let it run for a few minutes and you get all the whatever. I'm just saying.
Did you know that the Kirkwood-Cohansey Aquifer over in New Jersey is some of the cleanest water in the world?
Dan, actually, when I started on the Zioli Show, I was still reporting for Jersey Matters, a wonderful Emmy Award-winning show. We won New York Emmys and Philadelphia Emmys.
Great stuff, yeah.
So I did a huge report on that aquifer.
Did you?
Yes. And when you think of New Jersey, you don't think about all the natural resources, but New Jersey, maybe Jack Chitterelli, we should get him on and talk about this. New Jerseyans could pull like an Alaska Sarah Palin, where they pull water from that aquifer, sell bottled water. I mean, why are we buying bottled water from like Fiji in plastic bottles when we could have Jersey water and do a national story about this incredible aquifer?
Remember, we are New Jersey.
That it's unbelievable. I reported on it. It's amazing, beautiful, perfect water. They could, and then give everybody in Jersey a tax break because you, as New Jerseyans, live atop this incredible natural resource. Remember when Sarah Palin did that because they had like oil and resources and stuff? And so she gave like an energy, like everybody got $5,000 back or whatever in their taxes. Do that in New Jersey. Give the money back.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be incredible?
It's a fantastic idea.
Let's ask Jack about it.
I mean, I don't know much details about aquifers, but from what I understand, it replenishes itself because what it does is it filters through the root systems of the pinelands and kind of cleans itself. I don't know. Maybe we get a water expert on at some point.
It was, and here's the thing. You think about how smart. So Wharton, like the Wharton School of Business that Trump is a grad of, the original John Wharton, right? The Wharton School of Business, UPenn is named after. He actually tried to buy that. That's how smart this guy was. He saw and realized that aquifer for many generations to come was this amazing source of clean filtered water because of the rock formations underneath, tried to buy it, and they stopped him from buying it. So this is an incredible, that's something that, Trump, Burgum, former Governor Burgum, now obviously under Trump is working for him, talking about our natural resources. Why do we buy water that's from, like I say, it's like Fiji and from Italy, which I love, also from the Scandinavian countries, and you pay, you feel silly, right? If you buy that bottled water and it's in a plastic bottle, it's not even a glass bottle anymore. Why don't we have American water? We have some of the cleanest, precious, pristine water sources. So bottle it up, sell it to Americans, and then benefit that state. How about it?
Jersey water on the label.
Jersey. Seeing people,
That'll
Jersey
sell
gets a bad rap.
It does. It's a garden state. It's beautiful.
But you're right. Let's do
Our
it.
beaches, Stockton University, beautiful.
We're going to start a campaign, Dan. We're going to start focusing on the natural resources across the America, but our region, Pennsylvania, obviously energy state, ag state, New Jersey. We got to do it.
I love it.
And
it's fantastic. Why not?
You as the taxpayer, like you live in Jersey.
I want bump backs.
Yeah, bump. And not a bump back, meaning baby bump, which
Yeah.
his wife has, but like a bump back, a tax bump back.
I'm sorry to keep Professor waiting on the line, but just real quick from YouTube, Dawn. A
Yes.
lot of controversy, I guess, over my hose take in our debate over the hose. Do not let Dawn kid you. She uses that hose to create the scene in her yard from Flashdance for her neighbors to see. That's from Joe in Columbus.
That's right.
Sarah says, stop it, Dan. Nothing wrong with sipping from the hose. Fred says, the problem is the material that the hose is made from. Mangle says, Dan, the water from your house is the same water you get from your tap. Just stop. A lot of conversation. Join the conversation. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please like, subscribe, click that bell for notifications.
Woo! So we have Dr. Michael Bustler around the corner. What am I doing here? Do we have to?
We got to take a quick break, but we got to hear about your beautiful car first.
Yes, Piazza Auto Group. I love my new Honda from my friends at Piazza Auto Group, and there are 5 Honda dealerships across the region. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, maybe the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle that's backed by real drivers just like you and me. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. That's where I got my HERV, my HRV. Remember, make sure you just say, hey, Ross the boss, you're awesome. Say hi to Ross. He's just so great. They're also great in Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online. PiazzaHonda.com for today's special offers. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group.
If I handed you $100 today, what would you do with it? 4th of July party? Gas money for that road trip? A car detail? Groceries? Tickets to a baseball game? Well, United wants to give you that cash. You already know they've got unbeatable service, the best rebates, and the experts to keep your car running right. This month when you buy tires, you can take the cash. Simple as that. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Visit UnitedTire.com today. That's UnitedTire.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch, no overdraft fees, no annual fees, and you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
from striking union workers here in Philadelphia saying, show me the money. 9,000 union workers. DC 33, they are at the bargaining table. We're watching that very carefully as a developing story. And what about the money for you? The big, beautiful bill, as it's called. Obviously, President Trump pushed hard for this. Some of you have said it's beautiful in the form of permanent tax cuts and good news for families and small businesses, but maybe you're not so happy about the big, beautiful bill and a big, ugly, growing, national deficit. Ouch. Let's ask our friend, Dr. Michael Busler, professor of finance, Stockton University, our money professor and expert. Hey, Dr. Busler, thanks for being here.
Hi, Dawn. Thanks for having me. Always my pleasure to be here.
So what do you see as far as the BBB? I said yesterday, as a woman, I never want the words big and beautiful together. So is it too big? And I will say, my husband will tell you, because we've been married 25 years this summer, Larry will say, if your wife says, honey, does my butt look big or too big? And the don't answer, right? So big and beautiful not going together. What do you see here with the big, beautiful bill?
So I think it is big, and I think it is beautiful, and I think it's a great first step. So why do I say that? First of all, on the tax side, everybody's in favor of this. In 2018, the Trump tax cut, which I think was extremely fair, lowered everybody's taxes by 10%. Every taxpayer got a 10% cut in their taxes. I think that was very fair. However, it was only going to last until the end of 2025. So this bill extends those tax cuts. Had they not passed this, every taxpayer would have seen a 10% increase in their taxes. Great idea that it was a great thing that it was passed. Low-income hospitality workers and other workers that rely on tip income, that tips will no longer be taxed. So it's a big tax increase, a tax cut rather, for them, and certainly most of those are in the lower income brackets, and it's a big help to them. People used to say, well, my boss asked me to work overtime, but you know what? If I work overtime, pushes me into a higher tax bracket, and although they pay me time and a half, I don't get anywhere near that. So a lot of people refrain from working overtime. Now, overtime pay is not taxed at all. Big incentive for people to work overtime now, and that will help the U.S. economy become more productive and grow. Social Security recipients, about 90% of Social Security recipients, those that rely almost solely on Social Security for their income, will pay no federal income tax. Big boost for those people. So from a tax cut standpoint, this is marvelous. Now, what about from a spending standpoint? Mm-hmm. The U.S. government has a problem with government spending going up too fast. In 2019, the federal government spent $4.5 trillion. This year, 6 years later, they're going to spend over $7 trillion. Tax revenue goes up every year, but spending has gone up way too fast. We have to stop that. The problem is, every politician says, I'm in favor of cutting spending. We have to cut government spending. Just don't cut it in any area where it affects me or my constituents. And that's the problem. And we need to get a majority to get any of these bills passed. So it becomes very difficult to cut government spending. People like Elon Musk are infuriated. He found hundreds of billions of dollars of waste, fraud, and abuse that could, in his view, could easily be cut, and yet we didn't cut it. He's so upset he wants to start a new political party. So why is it so tough to get these numbers down? For instance, he took a look at Medicaid. Mm-hmm. About 15% of the 70 million people, 70 million Americans collect Medicaid, and about 15% of them shouldn't be collecting. They're either not eligible or they're physically able to work and pay for their own health insurance. So Elon Musk said, look, we can cut hundreds of billions of dollars out of Medicaid just by removing the people who aren't eligible and telling the people who are eligible but are not working, that, look, you have to work at least 20 hours a week. So that's a good first step in getting Medicaid spending down. However, the Democrats say, look what the Republicans have done. To the most vulnerable people, they're cutting their Medicaid. This is horrible, the Democrats are saying. And even some of the Republicans oppose this because some of their constituents rely on Medicaid. So cutting government spending is extremely difficult. I think they got a compromise here. It actually doesn't cut Medicaid spending. It slows the growth of Medicaid spending. But still, it's a first step in trying to rein in government spending. Didn't go nearly far enough, and I would agree with Elon Musk, and I get infuriated, too. We're spending over $7 trillion we don't need to spend. But to try to cut it, you'll never get a majority in both houses of Congress if you start cutting this dramatically. So I say with government spending, this is a good first step. And as Speaker Johnson said, there's a couple more reconciliation bills coming up. Reconciliation means you only need a simple majority in the Senate rather than a 60 vote. So we should be able to get some of these through, and we'll gradually start to work down spending. In addition to that, although we cut taxes, he expects total revenue that the government collects to go up. Why? Because economic growth should increase to the 3.5%, maybe 4% range. That will add more taxable income. And even though you're taxing at a lower rate, you're taxing much more income. So total revenue will actually go up. Not a perfect bill, but a good first step.
So the other piece of this is interest rates. So right now, even if you look at Medicaid, if you look at defense, the biggest nut, if you will, you look at how much interest we're paying because interest rates are so high. And I know last time you and I talked, Dr. Michael Busler, you talked extensively about Jerome Powell. Now the latest word is that the Fed is expected to cut interest rates not once, not twice, but perhaps three times between now and January 1st. Do you think that'll happen, and what impact does that have?
So I think that's great news. As I mentioned before, they should have cut interest rates when they met in May. They didn't. They should have cut it when they met in June. They didn't. They should cut it when they meet in July. I don't think they will. Later in the year, maybe they'll cut interest rates. There's no reason to have interest rates at the level they are now. Why do I say that? The federal funds rate, which is what they control, if the rate's between like 3.25% and 3.5%, we say that's a neutral rate. Higher than that, you're trying to slow the economy down. Lower than that, you're trying to speed the economy up. So right now, you try to slow the economy down if inflation was a problem, like it was in June of 2022. It got up to 9%. They started raising interest rates. Since January, inflation has come from 2.9% down to 2.3% as measured by the Consumer Price Index. So the inflation rate is coming down. There's no reason to have the federal funds rate in a 5.25% range, which is very restrictive. When inflation is coming down, you don't need the federal funds rate that high. President Trump is right. Interest rates are at least 1 full percentage point higher than they should be. I'm glad to hear the Federal Reserve says they're going to cut them 3 times. The problem is they're probably going to wait till September to do that, and there's no reason for that. GDP growth in the first quarter was negative. Second quarter looks like it'll be in the 1.5–2% range. We could get much higher growth if the Federal Reserve would just bring interest rates down to a neutral position instead of having them at this restrictive level that they have. I've said on the show before, I think Jerome Powell has made so many mistakes with monetary policy since his tenure. The sooner he leaves office, the better. Some people say he should leave sooner and resign. I don't think he's going to do that. He'll be in the chair position until next May. They'll announce a new Federal Reserve chair this coming February, but they don't take effect until get into office there until May. The sooner we get rid of Jerome Powell, the better.
And so I was just looking at what the interest rates being so high, what they're projecting that the interest will reach at least $952 billion with a B, $952 billion just because we have to pay all that interest. And so if he had loaded, so even like you're saying, with every day that goes by, it's just like my, any credit cards that any of us have, right? If we only had a lower interest rate, then we could absolutely. Is there any? There's nothing we can do. Like, what can they do without because Powell didn't act? So, is there anything else they can do to offset that?
Unfortunately, not. So the interest on the public debt, as you just mentioned, is approaching $1 trillion a year. Two reasons. One, the public debt is so high, over $36 trillion, and interest rates are so high that we have this very large interest payment every year. The only way to bring that down, the two ways to bring that down, one, bring the interest rates down. So when they're selling new debt or refinancing old debt, it'll be done at a lower rate. The other way to bring it down is to stop spending more money than we have. Mm-hmm. But as I said before, that's a very difficult thing to do. But we've got to bring government spending under control. It's really a burden that we placed on ourselves and, worse yet, on future generations. People say, well, how do you know that the debt's too high? Most economists will tell you if you keep the public debt less than 1 year's GDP, it's tolerable. So GDP will be around 26, 27 trillion this year. We're way above that, 36 trillion in debt. We've got to bring it down to a manageable position. The first step, when you're stuck in a deep hole, the first step is to stop digging. So we've got to get these deficits eliminated. We've got to eventually balance the budget. And I know that's easier said than done. And then Trump says, look, with all this extra revenue we're bringing in from these tariffs, that can eventually maybe be used to pay down some of the public debt.
Part of this is when you think about the mom and pop businesses, small to medium businesses that, by the way, felt the crunch during the pandemic. And then as well, thinking about the shrinking middle class. Dr. Bussler, do you see the big, beautiful bill as helping those types of individuals, especially the middle class taxpayers? So if the bill ends up expanding economic growth, which I believe it will. So right now, most economists are forecasting economic growth less than 2% this year. The Congressional Budget Office, which with all due respect is wrong way more than they're right, they're forecasting 1.8% annual growth. If we can get that growth up to 3.5%, 4% or more, that provides more opportunity for all Americans. It increases the demand for workers, which tends to bring real wages up. And the way Trump has it now, wage increases are greater than the rate of inflation. So now you're seeing a real increase in wages, and it hasn't been like that for a number of years. Prior to this year, the inflation rate was greater than the wage increase rate, so you really didn't get an increase in wages. This new bill will help to provide more opportunities for Americans, more growth for the U.S. economy. That'll lead to higher wages. And I believe that President Trump will bring the inflation rate down under 2%, mostly because he's going to vastly increase the supply of energy. And when you increase the supply of energy, the price falls. So energy prices will fall. That accounts for about 7% of the consumer price index. So that'll help to bring the inflation rate down. So people will see 3-4% increases in their wages and income with only a 1.5-2% inflation rate. That means that the standard of living for all Americans should increase.
This big, beautiful bill is not perfect, and I know a lot of people have a lot of bad things to say about it, but politically, this is the best we can do, and it's a great first step.
What about the idea, and this was one of President Trump's campaign pledges, to deduct interest on auto loans.
Right.
And so they had suggested, remember, that deduction for up to $10,000 for qualified passenger vehicle loans in a taxable year. But I think it phased you out if you earned, I forget what the number was.
Yeah.
But if you're a high earner, not for you. What about something like that within the big, beautiful bill?
Well, I think that's great. So it reduces the cost of borrowing and reduces the cost of owning a car. Virtually everybody, or almost everybody, relies on automobile transportation to go back and forth to work. So it'll make it much easier for people to get back and forth to work. So, and it'll also help the automobile industry because it'll reduce the cost of ownership for consumers. They're likely to buy more cars, and that'll get the automobile industry growing a little more too. And people will be free to choose whatever kind of car they want, gas-powered, hybrid, electric vehicle, whatever else they come out with. People are free to choose. The government is not going to influence that decision. Let the marketplace determine what they want, and then business will produce to meet the needs of the marketplace. That, too, is good for everybody.
Was there a disappointment for you as far as something watered down, something that was trimmed a little bit too much, something that you had hoped for as you looked at the passage of this, because it had to go through the House, through the Senate, and through the sausage machine, as they say?
Yeah. It was the overall level of spending was not cut nearly enough. In fact, in some areas, it wasn't really cut. They just sort of slowed the rate of growth. So like Elon Musk, was very upset with that, because I recognize what a difficult problem we have with the deficit and the public debt, and how we're pushing it off on future generations. And it's something that we have to fix. And I thought, well, Republicans have a majority, be it a slim majority, in both houses and the presidency. They can really do something to finally get government spending down. What they came up with was, quite frankly, a big disappointment. However, from a political standpoint, this is the best that they could do, and that's why they got it passed. I was disappointed the cuts were so small.
Yeah. Dr. Michael Busler, it's always great to hear from you. Thank you so much just for giving us your time and your expertise. Stockton University's best. Thank you, Doctor. Appreciate you.
Thank you, John. Always my pleasure.
Pleasure's all ours. Dr. Michael Busler, if you would like to sound off or comment, 855-839-1210. We will take a quick break. I will tell you, I'll give you two different stories speaking about Medicaid, because I do want to get into this and that fraud, and as well Congressman Fitzpatrick, who, we've all invited him to come on and defend his move. He voted no twice on this. I know many of you were very upset about it, but the Medicaid loophole and how the government has been cracking down to protect vulnerable people, but also how they want to use law enforcement essentially to crack down on fraud. I would think this is a bigger story. So I'll get into that as well as we continue here on the Dawn Show. And I got to talk about my kitchen because, Kitchen Magic, they do a beautiful job. I hope you go to kitchenmagic.com. Look at their before and after photos. They have some great tools where you could just imagine or picture what your kitchen makeover would look like. But Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American, American-made, family-owned. They're local, 100% tariff-proof, and that means no international delays, no surprise fees. There are no surprises here. So take advantage of their 24-month same as cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. You can always call them, 1-800-237-0799, 800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick. With their focuses on you, Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Working as a dedicated Fidelity advisor, I always ask, what's important to you? I'll look at those priorities and goals alongside your full financial picture to build a comprehensive plan designed to help grow and protect your wealth. With proactive portfolio insights and an eye on taxes, I'm here to help you make the most of your money. I'm Laura Maxwell, and I'm a dedicated Fidelity advisor. Learn more at fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
At Kitchen Magic, we've been transforming kitchens since 1979. Proudly American-made, family-owned, and 100% tariff-proof. That means no international delays and no surprise fees. Take advantage of our 24-month, same-as-cash financing. It's time to love your kitchen again. Visit kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As we're awaiting word from President Trump, he may speak, as he often does, holding a cabinet meeting any moment now. First responders from our region heading to Texas to help with rescue and recovery efforts after flash floods swept through, killing at least 105 people, including dozens of young children from that Christian camp. Members of Pennsylvania Task Force 1, the federal urban search and rescue team heading south as those round-the-clock searches continue for many, many missing people, including the children, the little girls who were swept away in those overnight floodwaters, flash floodwaters from Camp Mystic in Kerr County. And locally, we are just a positive out of this is this young hero, first rescue mission from New Jersey, by the way, on his first ever rescue mission with the Coast Guard. And he's hailed with saving at least 165 of those Texas flood victims, children. He's being hailed as an American hero. What an incredible story for Scott Ruskin as we celebrate his heroism and so many others who are either there or heading there, much like our guys and gals from here in Pennsylvania. But listen in as Scott Ruskin talks about his first ever mission and what happens when he's lowered from a chopper and is then helping these young panicked girls whose little cabins have been flooded.
Hey, good morning, everyone. So I'll kind of give you guys a quick synopsis of what was going on. The Coast Guard launched us and decided to send a rescue crew from Air Station Corpus Christi at about 6:30, 7 a.m. on Friday, the 4th of July. I just happened to be on the duty crew with Ian Hopper, Blair Rougefort, Seth Reeves, some of our crew members in the Coast Guard. And they sent us out. We kind of encountered some pretty serious weather, some of the worst flying we've ever dealt with personally. It took us, which should have been an hour flight, probably took us about 7 or 8 just to get into the landing zone. Once made about 4 different approaches trying to get in, we were able to get boots on the ground with the Air National Guard, Department of Public Safety for Texas, game wardens. And we decided to leave me on scene at Camp Mystic. That was kind of our main triage site we were trying to help out with. And we decided, hey, if we leave the rescue swimmer on scene, we'll have more space in our Dolphin MH-65. So based on that, I got on scene, boots on the ground at Camp Mystic. Kind of discovered I was the only person there as far as like first responders go. So yeah, I had about 200 kids mostly, all scared, terrified, cold, having probably the worst day of their life, and I just kind of need to triage them, get them to a higher level of care, and get them off the flood zone with a lot of the US 60 Army helicopters. United States Army National Guard was landing their 60s with Task Force 1, some of their rescue swimmers, and they were able to land. We kind of came up with 2 different landing zones. There was one off an archery field and then one at a soccer field. So yeah, we were able to kind of land those 60s in there. And then I was kind of the main guy as far as like grabbing people, usually like 15 to 10 kids at a time, maybe one adult with them, and bringing them over to those 60s and getting them to a different LZ that was kind of safe and had more first responders than just myself out there.
Had you ever done this before?
No, this is my first one. I haven't had any cases before. I've been a rescue swimmer for about a year, fully trained for about 6 months. So yeah, this was my first experience, but I really just kind of relied on the training we get. Coast Guard rescue swimmers get some of the highest level training in the world. So really just kind of relied on that, and that, just knowing that any of the rescue swimmers in the Coast Guard would have done the exact same, if not better than me. So
training is one thing, but this was the real deal.
Yeah, this was definitely the real deal, but I just remembered that, when I got on scene, there was, 200 kids looking to someone for some sort of comfort and safety. They don't really know what my experience is or my rank or my age. They just know, hey, this guy's a professional and he's here to help us, and I kind of had to live up to that standard. But yeah, the real heroes, I think, were the kids on the ground. Like, those guys are heroic, and they were dealing with some of the worst times of their lives, and they were staying strong, and that helped inspire me to kind of get in there and help them out.
Well, you sure stayed strong as well. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, we really just appreciate him. And, you think about this when that situation struck, and you heard him say he was the first one there, because this was the wee hours of the morning. They got there so quickly, and the crews loaded into the Black Hawk 60, the Coast Guard MH-65 choppers, took to the skies and just launched into action. You heard him say the headlines were 165 kids. He was saying it was more like 200, but U.S. Coast Guard Petty Officer Scott Ruskin helped save so many kids. Obviously, it's tragic as we learn the numbers, and the death toll continues to rise. But he was right there with his team, his mom and dad in New Jersey, his sister, and they've gone viral as they've been just saying how proud they are of him locally. And so we look to our heroes and want to make sure that we recognize the heroes amidst this horrible American tragedy. I know that Texas officials are on the verge. They're just giving us some more information this hour. So we expect another update as far as what's going on in Texas. Like I say, first responders from across the country, including our region, heading there as I speak, as this deadly flooding, as they're facing, unfortunately, more rain. And that, of course, will hinder those efforts. They're on horseback. They're, hovering above on choppers. They have drones. They have people in the water in boats. A massive effort in hopes of, and it's really frantic with so many praying. A vigil last night with those, oh my goodness, those children singing last night.
Approximately 444 rescues.
This is the live
30
update.
Recoveries. Some of our resources and assets we have dedicated to this tragic event include 2 helicopters with hoist teams, 12 drone teams, 10 K9 units, 9 swiftwater boat crews, 15 airboats, 16 UTVs, and 169 four-wheel drive vehicles. Your Texas Game Wardens will remain here and serving the community. We just ask you to continue to pray for the victims, for the families, for your first responders, for everyone involved. We'll open it up now to questions.
The death toll has now climbed to 108 people confirmed dead in these devastating Central Texas floods. 108. What a tragedy. So we will continue to follow this devastating story and to celebrate the heroes too. But I can't imagine these parents just devastated by this. We do have to take a quick break because we do have Ruthie Bloom is going to give us the latest from live from Tel Aviv, talking about will we finally get peace in the Middle East? Obviously, the Israeli Prime Minister, Bibi Netanyahu, his wife, being celebrated by our president, President Trump, yesterday. The surprise moment, because Prime Minister Netanyahu gave Trump, who's not usually surprised, seemed very surprised by something that was presented to him at their dinner last night. We're going to give you all those full updates. Thanks for being here today. And I haven't forgotten, I still will get to the fleecing of America in the form of how there is a loophole at the state level that sucks up our federal tax dollars and helps give money to illegals that is not supposed to go to them through the form of Medicaid. We'll get into that fraudster situation. And I have the factoids. I printed out, my gosh, all of these different reports and investigations. I'll get to that too. But Ruthie Bloom right around the corner. Stay right there.
There's a reason the potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets or light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many unique, satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitute.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here. It's an exciting time for my friends at Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord, CR-V, or Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers just like yourself. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. Shop online at piazzahonda.com for today's special offers.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite stations, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's an honor to have Bibi and Sarah with us, friends of mine for a long time, and we had a tremendous success together. and I think it will only go on to be even greater success in the future. So it's really nice to have you at the White House. It's nothing like the White House, and it's great to have you both and all of your wonderful people around. We've worked together for a long time, and we've done well together. We had a great time. We say it's a lot of work, but we had a great result recently, and we're going to have a lot of great results.
So that was President Trump last night welcoming his friend, Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, Benjamin. But I love the way he says, Bibi. Thank you, Bibi. In a moment, we'll tell you what the surprise was. But somebody who knows Bibi quite well. She was an advisor, actually, at the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. She is an award-winning columnist, senior contributing editor at JNS.org. You can always follow her, by the way, ambassador, along with another ambassador at JNS TV, that podcast, Israel Undiplomatic. Ruthie Bloom joining us live from Tel Aviv. And just wanted to get your take, Ruthie. Hello. Thank you for being here again. Last time we spoke, you were in New York, now back reunited in obviously in Tel Aviv, but also I'm assuming you got to see your son, as you had talked about, was there when all hell broke loose, basically. And you felt awful that you were not there. That was like the one moment you went to New York. But is your family okay? How is everybody doing?
Oh, yes. My son, actually, I have 3 kids and 4 grandchildren who are all here during that period. And when I arrived home, I opened my apartment door and I found my living room window smashed from one of the missile attacks. Luckily, it was only from the blast. A missile didn't actually hit my building, but the blast from a few blocks away was enough to smash the window.
Oh my goodness.
So that was how I returned. Everybody is fine. Yes, thank you. I am glad to be back here though. And you're asking me about my take on this historic meeting, actually the 3rd visit by Prime Minister Netanyahu to President Trump since he was inaugurated. And that's really unprecedented. Mm-hmm. So my take is, I have mixed feelings about this supposedly upcoming hostage release deal. But in the bigger picture, I have faith in both Trump and Netanyahu that all of the things going on behind the scenes, including deals being made for normalization treaties, etc., that is going to have a positive effect on Gaza, actually.
And a couple of things, and I know that you obviously moved to Israel at some point, but you are originally from New York City. And so I do wonder first of all, your feelings about, a candidate for mayor in, New York City, which I know you love, wants to be the mayor and is somebody who's a communist who says that the Israeli prime minister, who and have worked under and advised, it should be arrested in the city of New York. Your reaction to the candidate Mamdani saying such a thing?
Oh, it's just outrageous. I'll tell you, I actually moved to Israel in 1977. In other words, it's going on 50 years since I've been in Israel, but my family is still in New York City. And I'll tell you what's really interesting. When I left New York, it was the 1970s. And at that time, I thought we didn't use the word woke then. Okay. But the feminist movement, all the isms were out there on display. And New York City was a hellhole. The subways were dangerous. People were getting mugged and raped. And it was horrible. And then it got better for a while. And now, if you have Mamdani as mayor, it would be a total disaster. It would make de Blasio look like a great mayor, And what I will say is not just because Mamdani is an anti-Semite and anti-Israel and he's a communist, he's all the bad things. But, I'm really disappointed in Jews and non-Jews, by the way, whose response to this, is to suddenly play catch up, as though they didn't realize what was happening before Mamdani won the Democratic nomination. And I'm disappointed that their response to it is to say, okay, well, we should back Adams or Cuomo instead of Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican candidate. And he's the one who he's got no corruption charges. He's got no checkered past. He is someone who's been dedicated to New York City his whole life. And, I just think it's a shame that New Yorkers have this knee-jerk reaction against anything Republican.
Ruthie Bloom, as we move forward, I nearly fell off my chair yesterday when I saw a reaction as far as, and this was being reported out of Beirut yesterday on American television, not widely reported, but it's something that caught my eye. A U.S. envoy saying he was unbelievably satisfied with Lebanon's reply to this U.S. proposal to disarm Hezbollah, and that Hezbollah would then be recognized, and this is the envoy Thomas Barrack's take on this, that Hezbollah then, his proposal would be that they would be recognized as a legitimate political group. What's your reaction to that?
Well, it's nonsense, obviously. You can't just turn a terrorist organization into a political party. After all, Hezbollah was also a political party. It won many seats in the Lebanese parliament. That doesn't mean anything. Just because you're a political party doesn't mean you can't also be a terrorist group. I don't believe Hezbollah for 1 second. On the other hand, look, we're seeing also movement in Syria, etc. But I'll tell you what my take on it is. I think that there are Americans, even in this administration, Americans who are very naive about the Middle East and very naive about, I have to say, Middle Easterners are extremely hospitable. I mean, even those who are stabbing you in the back while making you delicious tea and cakes in front of your face, they're very hospitable. It feels like they're welcoming. And I have no doubt that many American diplomats get swindled by that. So I'm hoping that this is more, I would say, language used. You notice that President Trump, he often says, oh, this one's a great guy and these people are great guys. But what counts is his policies. Mm-hmm. What counts is what Trump does, not because he says, not because he showers praise on even on dictators and Islamists. That doesn't matter. What matters is that he's willing, for example, to perform an operation as he did in Iran on June 22nd. So that's what I'm looking at, and not at this diplo speak, which is I was much more suspicious of it during Biden's tenure, but I have more trust in the Trump administration.
So when you speak about that, hospitality and being so gracious, there was this moment last night, and President Trump said he was surprised when Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, after arriving, they were at the dinner sitting across from each other at the table. And at that moment, he hands President Trump a letter in which he had written to the Nobel Peace Prize, the Nobel Committee, and nominating President Trump for a peace prize.
The president has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak, in one country, in one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much.
So just your reaction to that moment, and whether you believe that we are on the path right now to peace in the Middle East. Is Syria going to be involved in the Abraham Accords? I mean, what do you see here?
Okay, so first of all, I think it was a lovely gesture on Netanyahu's part. I assume that he knows, and I hope that President Trump knows, that the Nobel Committee is a joke, and that the likelihood of its giving Donald Trump a Nobel Peace Prize is about, I don't know, I can't even think of The worst, it's so unlikely that I don't even know what to compare it to. You know that President Obama won the Nobel Peace Prize before he did anything, although he, of course, Obama is responsible for chaos and war. But what did that matter? And Yasser Arafat won a Nobel Peace Prize. So I wouldn't pin any hopes on it, but I think it was a nice gesture on Netanyahu's part to pay respect to President Trump for his efforts. Now, I hate the word peace when it comes to the Middle East. And the reason I hate the word peace is because usually when it's mentioned, more bloodshed is spilled than ever before. And I would prefer what we did see with the Abraham Accords. We have in the Middle East, there are interests and there are also normalization deals. What was so special about the Abraham Accords, as we saw with the Gulf states, is that it wasn't just an absence of war, as, for example, the peace deal between Egypt and Israel and Jordan and Israel, but there was actually a flurry of back and forth visits. Kosher restaurants opened up in Abu Dhabi so Jewish tourists could go there. It was actually immediately felt cooperation in agriculture and high tech, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I said actions always speak louder than words. So I don't care if you call it peace or you don't call it peace, especially when, for example, I didn't like when President Trump used the word peace in relation to a deal with Hamas. There is no such thing. There should be victory over Hamas, a sworn enemy of America and Israel and a proxy of Iran. It won't be peace with Hamas. It has to be defeating Hamas.
Well, and that's just it with Hamas terrorists. Let us not forget that we still have hostages somewhere in a cave. What is the reaction to this going on in real time? The hope and the prayer that those hostages are still alive, are hanging on after all this time, and that this will become a reality where the hostages. I'll be honest, Ruthie, I cannot believe that, when Trump came into office, he swore the hostages would, remember he said this weekend, that's it. I can't believe we're still talking about hostages and we're now in July. It's not acceptable.
Right. Well, you see, here's the thing. And this is why Israelis are in a total state right now. Because even if the current deal that's supposedly on the table goes through, that means only half of the live hostages will be returned and some half of the dead bodies. Now, the minute you have half of the live hostages returned, you wonder, okay, what happens to the other 10? Now, Israel is famous for caring about each individual. And I'll remind you that in 2011, after 5 years in captivity, soldier Gilad Shalit was finally released from Hamas captivity. And in exchange, something like 1,100 Palestinian terrorists were released from Israeli jails. And one of those terrorists was Yahya Sinwar, responsible for the October 7th massacre. So the trouble here is, okay, so let's say you get 10 out, then you get another 5 out, it's enough if they have 1 left in there. All of Israel will say, okay, well, then we have to capitulate, because what are we going to do? And one of the problems and one of the splits in Israel over this very discussion is that the war is taking longer because we're being careful about the hostages and Palestinian civilians, may I add, but because of the hostages. And right now, apparently, we know pretty much where they are located, which area they're in Gaza. But we have to be very careful because Hamas has said, look, if we hear IDF soldiers coming near, we just execute the hostages. And we saw that they did that last year to 6 hostages, one of whom was American citizen. And they just executed them when they heard soldiers above ground. So we're being extremely careful not to do that. But you see, then we're letting this terrorist organization call the shots, including in front of President Trump. Not just, okay, you can say Prime Minister Netanyahu, you can say Israel. But, the real trouble here is Qatar, because Qatar has funded Hamas. Qatar is Hamas. Qatar houses Hamas. And yet we're all pretending as though Qatar is a mediator in these negotiations. So this is a very tricky situation. And what I'm hoping is that a lot of what's being said out loud by Trump and Netanyahu is a fake out, as happened before the amazing attack on Iran's nuclear facilities. There was a whole, they colluded, they faked out the media, there were no leaks. President Trump said, well, within 2 weeks, I'll make a decision about whether we're going to do something. And it was all a big surprise. And what I'm praying for is that something similar is going on right now in relation to Gaza. I don't know what that is, but that part of this talking and saying and Hamas, actually, there's something more serious going on that will force Hamas's hand.
Well, on this day, 641 with at least 20 hostages still believed to be alive. We will pray for them to be brought to justice and brought home at least, and for those other 20-some, that their families at least get a proper burial for them. Ruthie Bloom, thank you so much. I hope that everybody follows you. JNS TV podcast, Israel Undiplomatic, which is awesome. Thank you so much, Ruthie.
And thank you so much for having me again.
Absolutely. Ruthie Bloom, she's the best. So we will continue updating you on this one. And just some other headlines this morning quickly to think about this. That, by the way, this morning, Vice President J.D. Vance meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. And we're hearing about claims, a breakthrough, where we're right at the point of a reported breakthrough during these talks to try to bring forth ending the war, resolving the situation. So that's what we're hearing. The Trump administration, there are some sources saying 80 to 90% of these so-called truce terms. What does that mean? What does that look like? And then who would be involved in, would Syria sign on to the Abraham Accords that we talked about with Ruthie Bloom? Israel denying the report that the Syrian president or officials met with Israeli officials in Abu Dhabi. So we're hearing that. So we'll continue to follow all of this. So much to talk about. Dan and I were kind of presuming that perhaps President Trump did not speak live because out of respect for those officials speaking in Texas about the updated death toll reaching 108. So still waiting for that cabinet meeting to happen. We'll take a quick break. 855-839-1210 at Dawn Stensland on X and as well here on YouTube. If you saw Ruthie, thanks for being here today.
A heat advisory and a flood watch remains in effect across the region today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, very hot and humid with some late-day strong to severe storms with a high 95. Tonight, some shower storm chances early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 73. And for Wednesday, partly sunny, chance for an afternoon shower storm, hot and humid with a high 91.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this, like, yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Are walking the streets courtesy of Donald Trump. They actually believe that.
As first responders from across our region, across the nation, head for Texas because there are at least 23 people still missing, among them about half children from that, little girls from that Christian camp. But they're not giving up hope and many prayers that they will find at least some of them, oh God willing, some of them alive. But I don't see hope fading, at least in the media, as we talked about that briefing that happened. And speaking of keeping hope alive, the Israeli officials, at least, speaking out, saying that it looks like a breakthrough is very close on those Gaza talks and ending that war. So it remains unresolved. But that certainly would be a wonderful victory, would it not? I want to get into, and we're watching this Trump cabinet meeting very closely. If that's about to happen and he speaks, certainly we'll take it. But I had promised you Do you have it? Is it Dan?
Sorry, what was that? What do you want?
Okay, I thought you were taking a breath like something. Was
Well,
going on.
I have some from the Texas situation, not where you were going next.
A little bit.
So.
Let me just. I'll update that in a moment. We know that 23 people, including children, still missing. 108 killed. That's confirmed. That's the latest. Let me just get through this. Let me just get through something I promised real quick here, and then we'll get to the other developing stories of the day. Okay. Let's talk about it. We have this, when we think about Medicaid, and I know that Brian, and I was watching locally, Representative Brian Fitzpatrick, and Congressman, you're welcome to come on here and talk about why you said no twice, took a pass on signing the big, beautiful bill, but you certainly voted for Joe Biden's ironically named big bill. So one of the reasons, and the big reason, according to Fitzpatrick, is Medicaid. He was concerned about Medicaid cuts. That was his line, right? Well, let me take you through this and talk about the loopholes that have existed that I've reported on. But the Centers for, these are government statistics that I'm going to give you. Here's how your tax dollars, how this affects you no matter who you are, no matter where you live. In other words, no matter which state you live. Why? Because federal tax dollars are going to illegals. How does that happen? This was laid out with a Medicaid tax loophole that is exploited by some states, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, to inflate federal payments to states and then free up state funds for non-Medicaid purposes. So this is an official government site. This is not an individual. These are stats that we have that are tangible. And so what they're saying is that some states exploiting these tax loopholes to take money from federal taxpayers and then simultaneously spending, quote, state money on new benefits for illegal immigrants, people here illegally. So this is some of the DOGE, the results of DOGE, but some of these results are state people working with federal people. So it's all coming together to say, and I'm not even there are criminal charges that's separate from what I'm talking about. Okay. But in this one, you're looking at the crackdown on illegal folks here illegally getting this money. They shouldn't get it. And so you're looking at a projection to save taxpayers more than $30 billion with a B, $30 billion over the next 5 years for us. $30 billion, and that's what they know of. And so under the law, states can tax stakeholders and use that as part of their state share for Medicaid as long as those taxes are uniform and broad-based. Or they can pass certain regulatory tests. Taxes are not permitted when they're not generally redistributed, right? For the redistribution of those. And these loophole taxes are solely designed to basically game the system for higher federal matches by taxing a type or entity of drawing down a high federal match. And we're talking about 77% for traditional Medicaid populations. And then they redistribute, this was Obama was famous for the redistribution of the wealth, but redistributing those federal dollars back to the very same entities that they were taxed. And that's what most Americans call money laundering. And so we're getting played. And most Americans don't realize this is happening. And I would love to ask Representative Fitzpatrick about this because he got played. He was convinced by the media, probably, and others, in my opinion, this is my opinion, that he was convinced that actual worthy recipients of Medicaid would be affected by this. This administration currently swears that that's not the case. Those who need it are going to get it. But those who are committing fraud, and in particular, these were California, Michigan, Massachusetts, New York, they're being called out as the biggest Medicaid abusers in abusing this tax loophole. And so I wanted to bring that to your attention. The other piece of this, real quick here, because I know we have a lot. When we talk about all these different people committing fraud, We're talking about nearly $15 billion in alleged fraud. So this is not necessarily talking about the illegal issue or the tax loophole. This is something else. This is in addition to the other number I gave you. Okay, think about all these billions of dollars. In this one, and I gave you a local case, a Bucks County woman is one of those that's been charged and facing serious felony charges. The Justice Department announcing the results of this national healthcare fraud takedown. This is the fleecing of America, resulting in criminal charges against hundreds of these defendants. 324 defendants across the country, 96 doctors, nurse practitioners, pharmacists, licensed medical professionals included in this group. And this is across the United States and working with attorneys general across the nation. Okay. And you're looking at nearly $15 billion in losses. This is the kind of situation where we have the fleecing of America and they're taking these precious dollars. So that's another piece of this. The crackdown. I don't know why the media would be against this, but over and over we see across the board administration officials within the current government saying that this is not about cutting Medicaid or Medicare for that example, but I'm giving Medicaid dollars. And so right now I just labeled for you, what was that, about 15 plus 30? Think about that. Think about it. We're closing in on, let's say, a minimum of $45 billion in fraud and abuse of Medicaid dollars. So yes, they continue to crack down on that every single day. And that's a good thing for all of us. That's what they want to do. They don't want to cut Medicaid for those deserving. And I will submit to you that if a woman shows up at a local, at wherever, pick a local hospital, and she is a person who's in labor, they're going to deliver that baby. And if she cannot pay, I don't care what anybody tells you, they're going to deliver that baby. And they're going to take care of the baby, and they're going to take care of the mom. Okay? We all know that. Some of that will go to Medicaid. And they can crack down on Medicaid. So to Brian Fitzpatrick, you're really naive if you believe, Fitzpatrick, that they're going to deny and they're going to let what? The baby die on the street and the mommy give birth on the street. It's not going to happen. So it's just silly to say, oh, I'm worried about, whatever. That somebody's going to be denied. Nobody's going to be denied. Even if they're an illegal, they're not going to deny emergency department services. Won't happen. That's the reality. But what we're talking about is people abusing the system, gaming the system, and fleecing all of us and committing fraud. That's what they're cracking down on. Boom. I said it. Got that off my chest. I wanted to give you that for 2 days, so I just want to give you that latest on Medicaid fraud. Mr. Fitzpatrick, I loved your brother, Michael. My husband, Larry, and I knew him very well, and he's in heaven right now, and we love Michael. But for Fitzpatrick, he's the only Republican who survives in the burbs. So, good luck with this, voting against this one. Be right back.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Philadelphia police released surveillance footage of 3 suspects from the Grays Ferry mass shooting. The striking blue-collar workers union is presenting a new proposal during negotiations with the city today. And you won't have to take off your shoes anymore while going through airport security at Philly International.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturday evenings at 5 and Sunday mornings at 9, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Breaking news as President Donald J. Trump speaks as he opens up his cabinet meeting.
Sorry about that, Dawn. Give me one quick second here. This is my bad.
So President Trump just seconds ago.
That have done a great, unified, beautiful job. I want in particular, because of what she's gone through this last few days, done an incredible job. As you know, Christy, I'm going to ask you to say a few words about Texas. The first person there was first person I saw on television was you, actually. And you've worked great with the governor, who's terrific. And you might want to tell a little bit about the trials and tribulations, but we appreciate the job that you and everybody have done. You had people there as fast as anybody's ever seen, so really appreciate it. We all do, and maybe you could say a few words.
So President Donald J. Trump, it appears that he held off a little bit because they were holding that live news conference and praising DH Secretary, former Governor Kristi Noem and others for heroic, for doing as good a job as anybody could do as Dom Giordano is here live. Dom, we've been reporting the death toll has just been announced that it rose to 108 as first responders from Pennsylvania across the country are headed to help out there. It's just a devastating situation.
Well, Dawn, absolutely. And even worse, the politicizing of it, even before we have, the effort. So I'm glad that the governor of Texas is not letting up. He's still trying to find people. I want to see what the president says about Pam Bondi. I think she's getting too rough of a treatment here by those that we all want to get at the bottom of the Epstein thing. And Nemours Hospital now will stop the so-called gender-affirming care. That's a big hospital locally.
And it's a big deal. Dom Giordano is right here. So much breaking. A great Dom show just ahead.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a crash-proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider crash-proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. My money is still protected by the crash-proof retirement system, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. It's good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind, providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity. Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
They say no two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app with over 16 million subscriptions sold? Well, we thought of you. All of you. Take Sierra. She's an artist and absolutely a visual learner. She's doing a deep dive into our Babbel wordplay videos.
Today I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Malcolm is very much a type A, say it to my face, listening learner. So he checks with Babbel's speech recognition to make sure that accent?
Precio.
Keith's a real people person and a curious learner. So he loves Babbel's Culture Bites, full of insights and native knowledge about the language he's learning. Like what's served for Christmas dinner in Germany?
Glühwein, Weihnachtsgans und Christmas Stollen.
Wherever you are, however you learn. Babbel is the best choice to break any language barrier. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, welcome in, everyone. It is Dom time, and with all that's going on, a lot of it here locally, we have driverless taxis coming to Philadelphia. Those taxis are being threatened on Twitter. Remember Hitchbot? Same kind of thing. Oh, my God. We have also Nemours Hospital, which is a biggie among children's hospitals, saying they will not do any new so-called gender-affirming care. In Harrisburg, the female Republicans in the House side are moving for a discharge, which is a pretty rare action, and I think they might get it, just to have a vote on the fairness in women's sports. And what the heck is wrong with you people out in Chester County? This woman, Katie Muth, over the years, I think she came on once or twice, about the fairness in women's sports, to say no boys and men's and girls sports. Katie Muth, who represents large parts of Chester County, says we don't need to do this. She called it state-sanctioned bullying. Then Ms. Muth, I wish she would come on and give us this peer-reviewed study published in Nature, which showed a significant increase of suicide attempts in trans youth after states had enacted similar legislation. Do these people have no shame? And do you people in the suburbs have no knowledge, any brain power anymore? How could a woman like this be the senator for Chester County? I just get amazed more and more every day. And most of these are women, not men, that are representing this crazy. I talked with it a lot with Guy Shiraki and did again yesterday. And are these moms out? Oh, yeah, we cannot. So I'm going to let my little girl get run over or lose to Leah Thomas because there'll be suicides if we say, no, you can't do that. How in the world is she the representative? This is beyond an 80-20 issue. When people really hear it, it's an 85-90 and then the crazies. Okay, the big national story, though, and we have a local Philadelphia connection to it. We have 10 people charged with this attack upon ICE agents in Texas. We're going to play you a little bit of this guy on a rooftop. If I were an ICE agent locking up people that were here illegally, I don't want any guys on a rooftop looking down on me, filming allegedly, yammering at me and calling me cowards. Not so much that they probably have a right to do that if they're here legally. That ought to be checked out. This was an arrest in South Philly of 5 Guatemalan men, who I'm sure were excellent neighbors here illegally. I'm going to play you Stephen Miller, what he says is going on here against ICE. And the question is this: did President Trump not emphasize he was going to deport people that were here illegally? Let's just go back. The answer is yes, yes, and yes. Not just criminal offense, not just they have the deportation orders, but that over the course of time, and I think we are at this point in time, we're going to deport people that are here illegally. Is that or is that not? Should he not emphasize that again to help out here? All right, here is Stephen Miller. And Henry, I may stop this at a certain point when he makes his point. Stephen Miller, who I think is the smartest guy in the room, although sometimes he can be, given unlikable look maybe. Here's Stephen Miller talking about this insurrectionist movement in the Democratic Party that is inspiring this terrorism against ICE.
Miller. All right, Mr. Miller. ICE agents, Border Patrol agents, cops are now getting shot at. How is this happening?
It's happening because, Jesse, there's an insurrectionist movement in the Democratic Party that is inspiring domestic terrorism against ICE. When you have the mayor of Los Angeles mobilizing agitators, mobilizing the mob against ICE, saying that federal law enforcement has to leave her city. This is a settled constitutional question. Federal law is the supreme law of the land. You cannot nullify it. You cannot succeed from it. It is the law of the United States of America. So these insurrectionist Democrats are every day engaging in rhetoric that is incentivizing, that is encouraging, that is fomenting violent terrorist attacks against ICE and ICE officers. Not only in the shootings that you've seen recently, but ICE officers are being doxxed. Their families and children are being threatened. Their addresses are being posted online. They are being subjected to a campaign of terror by these radical Democrats. Why, Jesse? What is this all about? This is the central struggle in the West. The Democrat Party's objective is to flood the West with millions upon millions of illegals from the developing world.
Okay,
from the
that's
poor
enough,
nations
Henry, there. So Stephen Miller laying it out, insurrectionist threat on ICE. Now, here's the South Philly version. This will be cut 9. So you have some maniac on the roof filming all this on a rooftop. You know, if I'm ICE agents and all, my weapons are drawn with some guy yelling down at me from a rooftop. They go to a residence around 20th and Morris in the heart of South Philly to arrest somebody from Guatemala, and they find 5 people from Guatemala. You'll hear the guy calling them cowards and some expletives as he's filming them from a rooftop in South Philly. Yeah, show your faces, cowards. All right, I got what I needed out of that. Pigs, show your faces, cowards. It goes on for about a minute. So we're seeing a ratcheting up against ICE. Not that we hadn't seen before some difficulties. We're really seeing now, though, a complete ratcheting up going on here around all this. And again, they're stirring it up. All right, so 855-839-1210. 2 stories that I saw just before we came on that really caught my attention. Nemours Hospital, Children's Hospital over in Delaware, the Prime Hospital in Delaware, now joins the list, says the Inquirer. They join the list of hospitals like Penn Medicine, UPMC in Pittsburgh, Penn State Health, and others, who have all cut back greatly on the so-called gender-affirming care for the youth in recent months. Then they say the Philadelphia's region's most prominent provider of gender-affirming care for youth, the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, did not respond to a request for comment, but they still offer this. And I've told you several times, you know, over the years, Luke went to Children's Hospital, had meningitis, and we saw the care that was given that was unbelievable. Okay, so I support that. I've supported them over the years. But their arrogance in the face of this most recent study done by the federal government blowing away all the nonsense that's out there. The Inquirer, though, says this underscores the challenge facing the transgender rights movement, even in a state known for trailblazing support of the community. Delaware, one of the smallest states in the country, last year elected the first openly transgender member of Congress. That person who routinely there's a dust-up with, remember, with Nancy Mace and with others. We see that kind of thing going on. So it's a big deal that this hospital now joins the others. CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, is the last remaining one. I hope the Trump administration comes after them full bore, all out. We're going to look back on this era. We're going to see the nonsense they did here in a way that we'll say, oh, my God, how was this allowed? How were we under attack for saying the obvious with this stuff? But I told you, Katie Muth, who represents most of Chester County, we're going to have the Chester County GOP head on, referenced yesterday by Scott Presler, who's really moving. Chester County, I think, will flip potentially over the summer or early fall back to the Republican side. Do people out there actually buy a Katie Muth saying, if we pass this bill, Fairness in Women's Sports in Harrisburg, you're going to see more suicide. This is just government sanctioned bullying. Are they aware of this stuff? Are they just insulated in horse and mushroom country out there? That they're going to vote for people that sound moderate, but their policies are anything but that. And most of them are women across the board. The Squad, Houlihan, Chester County, Mary Gay Scanlon, Delaware, Chester County, the Dean of Decency, and then Brian Fitzpatrick. Stops it complete. They can't find a woman to run against them. They have to have Bob Harv de Grasse. I would have preferred Diane Morseglia. That would have been more interesting. The Inquirer goes on in this coverage on this thing to say that the governor is very pro-trans. And then they talk about a state representative. And Bill Maher makes this point. Yeah, I heard him do it publicly the last time I went to his event over at the Met. He says, I go around the country, you're invited to a dinner party. How come when he's in red states, almost no one there at the dinner party brings up, hey, I have a trans kid? In Beverly Hills, it's half the people. So they cite this woman, Neil, who apparently they say is trans, and how all of her kids are either trans or getting gender-affirming care. What are the odds on that? What are the odds on that that's reality? Well, the odds are astronomical. It's not reality. What it is a trend. It's trendy. It's in the air. It's a vibe. It's a social contagion. That's what I think's going on there. And this story that they put in is a perfect example. And they have the representative now saying, well, where can my kids get this care? We're winning on this, though, because they're doubling down. And yet each and every day, there's another story like this hospital in Delaware, which has sort of become the capital of this stuff, Delaware, losing, backing away under Trump's executive orders, under public opinion. And if we get a vote in Harrisburg, two things are going to happen. Democrats, just like in the Senate, in the House, they are going to vote to say, no more males in female sports. And two, Governor Shapiro is going to be under fire. All right, one other quick thing so I don't forget. I'm not making this up. I'm friendly with a guy, ABC, who covers politics, and this goes way back to the first Shapiro governor's run, maybe even before that, who's been very good, very fair in coverage, and behind the scenes asking me stuff. So he texts me right before the show today, wanting to know, did I think the maestro, Doug, is running for governor? And I told him, probably not. From what I hear, he may be just trying to get some political favors. I'm not saying money. I'm saying positioning, something like that, in order to stay out. I think he thinks Mastro is running now. He's hearing from different sources. Oh, my God, here we go. Now, why would he do that? Well, if it's Muser and Garrity, they could split along normal sides. And then Mastro has these people that are nuts. You still may be one of them. Yeah, I like what Doug is saying. And what would happen is Shapiro would beat him by even more than the last time. We would lose unbelievable here. And it would make him more of a threat nationally. Where if it's someone like Garrity, rural Pennsylvania woman, military treasurer, I think she potentially could beat him, but at least ding him up unbelievably, thus maybe making him not as appealing nationally. But Doug Mastriano, we just can't have it. Doug, no. If he got the nomination again, do you remember that? I still remember people chastising me. Why is Dom against Doug Mastriano? And the prediction, you know what's going to happen here. The world's not crazy. They're not going to elect Doug Mastriano governor. He can get elected in a part of Pennsylvania that favors all this stuff. You put them out there across the state, though, you know what's going to happen. All right, side question today. Henry saw this that we had, and I have a copy of it, at least a printout of it, the Roswell Daily Record, saying no details of a flying disc are revealed. It goes way back to, I believe, 1946. We have the front page in front of us in which they talk about the crash of a flying disc, one of the all-time Area 51, the all-time alleged cover-ups. So we are looking for something out there in honor of the Epstein files, which we'll get to today. And Pam Bondi, I think, taking a collar for this. Is it Pam Bondi? Really, that deserves the collar for this? How about Kash Patel and Bongino? Or Trump, or whoever gave the order. We're looking for something you'd like to get to the bottom of once and for all. I'm going to say autism. I want some great reveal, even though I know whatever Kennedy comes back with, it's going to be widely fought. I'm just saying, in a perfect world, I'd like us to say scientifically, here's what's going on, and here's what we can do about it. That one would be a miracle if we had 80% agreement. Henry, how about yours?
It's funny hearing your answer
Yes.
of autism, and I'm like thinking like, oh, that's a lot more practical than mine. 'Cause
That's
I went
okay.
more
Yeah.
conspiratorial
Yeah, that's all right.
on my end. I'll take two off the board. This is a who and a where. Who was D.B. Cooper and where did he go? D.B. Cooper famously hijacked a plane in 1971. Handed a note to one of the stewardesses saying, I have a bomb. I need $200,000 and a parachute. Got the money, jumped out of the plane, and where he went after that or who he even was, nobody knows.
By the way, you're burying something there. Do they have parachutes on the plane?
I've
always wondered. There, I'd like to get to the bottom.
I guess, yeah.
Why not have parachutes? Oh, that'll look bad.
Yeah, right.
Captain sit up there
There's
in a full parachute.
Yeah, him and his first mate got
Yes.
two, and it's like, where are ours? And it's like, I hate to break it to you. But
Well,
you
when I
got your life
drove at
preserver.
NASCAR, was driven at the Charlotte Speedway, I go, wait a minute, that guy's got a burn suit on, I don't. And they go, well, we can't give you one.
You know how much these things are?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And the other one I'm going to take off, very simple one. Indiana Jones and Last Crusade, obviously,
Right.
you know, this is what it was all about. Where's the Holy Grail?
That's a great one.
Let's find the Holy Grail. I mean, I know people aren't really, you know, out there looking for it. I mean, maybe they are.
Maybe they are.
But, you know, it's one of those things. Where's the Holy Grail? Andrew?
So I there's a mystery. There's a podcast I listen to with my nephew, and we really enjoy it. It kind of tells strange, dark, and mysterious stories. One of the stories that he was talking about on the podcast, in the Northwest Territory in Canada, there's a specific valley called the Nahanni Valley, but the valley has a specific nickname called the Headless Valley, or the Valley of Headless Men.
Okay.
There's a span of about 50 years from 1900 to 1950, post-World War II. Many gold prospectors and other people who are exploring this valley suddenly, without any warning, without any advanced anything, they disappear, and their bodies will reappear either in a camping site or they'll build themselves a log cabin or whatever. But when they find the people's bodies, they're missing their heads.
Oh.
And the Canadian Mounted Police have launched investigations, and to this day, we have no idea what is causing, who or what is causing these bodies to appear without their heads, whether it's an animal. Like, if it was an animal, you would think the whole body would be like mangled and stuff like that.
No, this is...
So the theories that are out there's a secret Native American tribe that's hiding in the Nahanni River Valley that's doing this to people.
Stuff.
Or, and this is a more common theory that a lot of people like to tell ghost stories about, there's a supernatural something in this untouched by man valley in the Northwest Territory in Canada. That's always been a something that I've been curious about. I know that's a little out there, but it's when you asked the question, Don, before the show started, that's the first thing I thought of.
First thing, of course, yeah. Of course.
The Headless Valley, right?
Well, I'm so glad you were filling in today.
I know, right?
Seriously.
It worked out very well.
It did, yes. All right. Henry, watch your head in there.
Yeah.
Okay. 855-839-1210. You get in. Coming up. Delaware Valley Journal has a story I haven't seen anywhere else. It's a mom and her daughter saying they will put your filthy trash in their car for $25. I think it's 4 bags, and dispose of it. It's gotten approaching 12 million views. And they're being threatened, of course, as scabs in Philadelphia. An all-time great word, scabs. You're a scab. All right. Is that an acronym or just, you're a scab?
Oh, that's a good
I'm not
question.
sure if it stands for doing something against the union. We'll give you that next. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Wawa has apparently selected Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation as the winner of the Wawa Foundation Hero Award, where they present FBBCF with their award and a $50,000 grant. Let's give it up for this audience and Families Behind the Badge.
As you say, Nick, that's the power of 1210.
That is correct, sir. That is the
this
power.
is what it's all about, being a local radio station.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is bringing you spectacular savings with a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. Originally $55,962. That's over $11,000 in savings. Finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Before I take your calls, we're going to talk with the Chester County head of the Republican Party. A lot of hope there, where people maybe are regaining their minds. And we're going to get Katie Muth on the show. I just want to ask her. So your girl has to play against some guy. Otherwise, there will be suicide. This is the type of stuff you're facing. Okay. So at Delaware Valley Journal, they dig stuff out. That's where I write, unlike the Inquirer. And they have this mom, and she gives a shout out to capitalism. She says that she and her daughter are willing to transport bags of trash to drop-off points for $25. Wow. It's a pretty good deal. I don't know how many, it's a little bit unclear. And she puts an homage to capitalism saying, no need to ever be broke. Maybe that set the union types off. Why in the world would this get close to 12 million views? And it's starting to get kind of threatening, and she's called a scab. You know, people are saying, for $25, are you kidding me? You ought to charge $100 for that. I'm so amazed. All right, it's the second trash turn around for people. Ro and I have been saying, you can't hold on to trash in some way, shape, or form. It's got to be every week that you're that desperate that people are going wild in Philadelphia with this. So let's rule on this. Henry, do you call them scabs? I just call them entrepreneurs. They're not crossing a picket line.
I think I do call them scabs because this is literally a plot of an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I know. I was going to ask that. Pull that. Yeah.
Those,
yeah,
I mean, they aren't exactly the best, most upstanding people of society there.
Right.
So, yeah, I have to say it's a little bit of scabbing. Is it entrepreneurial in the same sense? Yeah, but it's definitely in the scab territory.
Andrew, scab, or do you support them making money off this? Doing a service?
I mean, like, both sides can make the argument, and they can do it really well. I'm a little bit more aligned with Henry and what he's talking about as far as, like, the scab. It just doesn't, it leaves a sour taste in my mouth. It just doesn't work for me.
Well, so let's go through this. That means you think 100% this union's correct then in what they're doing? I think it's a pretty close call, really.
It is close. It's hard. I don't think you can just say, like, yes or no, like 100% definitively.
Well, I'm asking that because then doesn't that get to whether you're a scab or not? So if a union is outrageous, like the teachers' unions in some places, if I do anything to try to thwart them, then I'm just a scab.
I mean, yeah, but it's tough either way. That's my thing.
That's all right. I don't want to put you on the spot on that. All right, but 12 million, it was 11, and it's gone up a lot since the last I looked at it. Pam Bondi speaking now. Trump, okay, all right, Henry, if you can go back and pull this. I need this somehow or another, guy. You too, Andrew. Can we dip into it? Or are you prepared to get? Let's dip into it.
To release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night, and that's it on Epstein.
Mr. President, on the tariffs again.
All right, we'll go back. Okay, Trump said it's unbelievable people are still talking Epstein. Is it? Is it unbelievable? Come on now, you can be the biggest Trump supporter in the world. It's not unbelievable. And I am the anti-conspiracy guy, so I still think he committed suicide. But the clients and the whole thing, it's unbelievable. Kash Patel and Dan Bongino particularly, they were all over this. Every conservative influencer, everybody on Twitter in any way, shape, or form has been all over the Epstein thing for years. And one of the reasons was, in plain view, he was doing this and yet never getting caught. Nothing ever happened to him until in Miami, they were enterprising and they got him and then started the whole trail. How's it unbelievable that we're still talking about this? All right, we'll try to play that for you back and forth, but I'm not all over Pam Bondi. I mean, I don't think Pam Bondi's the architect of anything here. Let me go to Gary in Newtown. Gary on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary. Is it unbelievable we're still talking about this?
Hey, how are you? This is really as simple as she said back in February, I have the files.
Right,
they're on my desk.
Yes.
And then Kash Patel, after that, also said in an interview with Glenn Beck, I've seen it. It's at the FBI. The FBI took it. They have it.
Right.
And she also said there was a truckload of mountains of evidence that was being brought to her and that she also had it.
Right.
So she's either not as smart as she thinks she is, or she's just been really set up by somebody.
Well, I'm talking about the president saying it's unbelievable we're still talking about it like this. Why are we still talking about it? It's obvious why we're talking about it.
It's no different, and I will say this. I'll give you some credit. You've said many, many times conspiracy theories are better than sex. I'll say that the older I get, I think the more you're right.
Thanks for adding that addendum to it. Henry, that's a promo. Henry's always asking, what's a promo, Gary? There you go. Right there, that's a promo. Come on, Gary.
And I've got a good set of hair, and you know that.
Yeah, well, you got to get out more, though, Gary. Come on. That's disparaging sex. Come on.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Gary, for adding
it. But it's. I've also learned something else. It's called an arkancide. Instead of a suicide, it's an arkancide. If you were a state trooper for Arkansas, you committed suicide with the gun to the back of your head.
Yeah,
with your
exactly.
suitcases in the trunk.
Your answer on the side today, something you want to get to the bottom of.
It's actually a double one. Sometimes you have an answer that says, give us something from a movie, some kind of a prop. And my answer is Leonardo DiCaprio, which I'm not really sure I like him, but I love some of his movies. And in Inception, at the end, you're left wondering, is he still dreaming or is he not? And after the top is spinning.
Very good. All right, Gary, that's outside the box. That's a good one. Can be from a film, can be fictional, can be all that. All right, we'll recover this. President Trump at the cabinet meeting saying it's unbelievable. They're still talking about Epstein. And Pam Bondi, there was a little bit from her. And again, I'm not killing Pam Bondi on this. She's smart. She's on top of it. If anything's going on here, it's that she's not going to be able to release whatever they have. I predict Dan Bongino is going to be back before the new year in talk radio. I see it coming because of this and other stuff. All right, we're going to talk with the head of the Chester County Republicans. They're really on the move here. Recommended yesterday by our own Scott Presler, but we'll get that sound. And if you're on hold, we're coming to your calls. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions. From blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep, Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. Remember, go to res-q.com. Do it today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, you're with Dom. We're working on it. If you're just joining us at the cabinet meeting, Pam Bondi gave some, and we didn't know she was coming up, excuse around the Epstein thing to be continued. And the president said, it's unbelievable. People are still talking about this. Oh, man. We'll try to play that when we have it, but that's the summation of it. All right, on the good news front, I often look at the suburbs and think, my God, what are we doing wrong? Republican Party, et cetera. And then I see a ray of hope out there underlined by Scott Presler. Remember Bucks County turning red. Can that happen again with Chester County? Joining us to talk about the surge that's going on there is the chair of the Republican Party, the head of the Republican Party in Chester County, Dr. Rafi Terzian, here on Talk Radio 1210. Dr. Rafi, thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thanks for having me on, Dom. I appreciate it.
Well, Scott Presler, all the time after we go through, he's on every week with me, New Jersey and Pennsylvania in broad terms, comes back to Chester County. We're closing in, at least if you look at active voters, between going red again. So what's happening?
Well, Scott, first of all, to start off by saying Scott's been a great partner. We're delighted to be working with him in Early Vote Action and that group, and he's been really helpful to us. So I'm grateful for his help. But no, I think as you look at Southeast Pennsylvania, and we have there's some degree of envy with Bucks County because they have flipped red. But when we look at our numbers, we can see we're clearly in striking distance. And there is a surge. And I think that, as you probably know, for a long time, Chester County was a Republican county until things drifted in the other direction. So we're working very hard on that. If you look at Southeast PA, I think we're next to turn red.
Yes.
With our counterparts in some of the other counties.
Is there a particular issue? Is it Trump? Is it men? Is it women? What's going on?
I think it's a couple things. I mean, I think it comes down to common sense, candidly. I think that what's happened in our county is that you've seen a Democrat Party that's sort of drifted further and further to the left and out of the mainstream. I think that what's happened, the policies that President Trump has put into place, which have I think are going to make a significant difference with our economy and our standing in the world and all of that. I think people are looking at that and saying, you know what, this is the right course, and this is the path we should be taking. So what we're seeing is and getting that feedback is that people understand that, and specifically around Chester County, Dom, it's Democrat leadership has not delivered. There have been a number of issues that have gone on in this county since Democrats stepped into power, running Chester County, and I can certainly list all those things, but I think what it boils down to is rational, common sense behavior. Who do you really want leading your government? Who do you want supporting your community? What are the policies that matter to people? And I think we have the right message on that. Democrats have the wrong message.
Well, I often talk to Guy Shiraki, as you may know, and he's my guru of the suburbs. I'm South Philly and now Germantown. And I often ask, have you lived in Chester County your entire life?
Yeah, and first of all, Guy is wonderful, good friend. He's terrific. I've lived here.
Okay.
We've lived here over 20 years now, but actually I was born and raised in Montgomery County.
Okay.
Born in Philly, raised in Montgomery County. Now I live in Chester County. So.
Because over my time, my contribution here in talk radio over 35 years is what the heck has happened to the suburbs. It used to be Republican establishment, by and large, if I had to put a point on it, somewhat conservative order. Services, things are going to run well. Montgomery County even was. A guy says that the other side, like a Madeline Dean, they talk moderation. They try to enunciate that tone, but their policies are anything but. Now, I've had Katie Muth, doctor, on once or twice over the years mainly. We have this situation in Harrisburg where Republican women are trying to get a discharge vote. They know if we vote on the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, some Democrats in the House even will go along with them. Katie Muth says this is government-sanctioned bullying, and she knows based upon an article that trans suicide will go up if we pass this bill. It just doesn't strike me arguments like that would have a home in a place like Chester County.
No, and that's what I was the point I was making about common sense. First of all, if Katie Muth is anything but a moderate, Chrissy Houlihan is anything but a moderate.
Exactly.
These folks, they have drifted so far left. But you talk about common sense things like keeping men out of women's sports. I think you poll anybody on that, I think you get pretty uniform agreement. When you talk about parents' rights, when you talk about safe communities, and when you talk about fiscal responsibility. I mean, in our county, as you know, Delaware County had a very significant property tax increase. We did too. Almost 13.5% property tax increase. On the heels of all the other tax increases you see in our communities on a local level, school taxes, et cetera. These people look at that and they say, we've had enough. Where are our tax dollars going? So to your point, I think they can project a moderate message all they want. The reality is otherwise. The fact is they have adopted a very progressive, I think, far left approach.
I agree. I thought in the last election, and maybe it was too soon, we were deeply involved with the prison situation, with the escape and the nonsense that went on there. Maybe it's just taking a little bit of time. It has to waft over, drifting, and now it's in the minds of people. My goodness, what the heck were they doing there? I mean, it was egregious to me, particularly when it went on that long. And then, as you said, Houlihan is the one who I think did a better job of posing as a moderate before, and now seems to think the play is not to have that pose. And I think it's all just coming to a head. And with what you're doing and Scott Presler, I think in the very near future, we're going to have to cook up a celebration here as we turn red.
Well, I am totally with you, and you're spot on. You're talking about Cavalcante and the escape from the county prison a couple of years ago, and terrifying people throughout our county, and that was a big failure. I don't know if you follow some of the other issues, Don, that are going on in our county, but we had a prothonotary that had to resign last fall because of misuse of county funds. You had a treasurer whose credentials came into question. On a number of levels, they've just not managed this county well at all. And then, to your point, Houlihan is out there. And if you look at everything she posts, she talks about it's entirely negative. It's entirely, frankly, hostile to conservatives. I think some of that is going to come home to roost, and I hope that's the case. And for our part, we're working on it. We've narrowed that active voter number down substantially.
What is the number? Do you have it? I need the number, Dr. Effie, every morning because Presler loves. I mean, that guy sends me at 2:00 in the morning some number. Dom, did you see this? We're close in Chester County. Yeah,
he's great. No, we text back and forth too sometimes, and either he'll tell me or I'll tell him. He usually beats me to the punch, but we're down to 2,794 active voters difference between Democrat and Republican in Chester County, and If I could, just a shout out to your listeners. We can use as much help as people are willing to provide. Volunteers. We've got a very active voter engagement and registration effort underway between what we're doing with Scott, being at community events, working with our local college Republicans, and all of this ties into there's a broader effort across the state as well with the PAGOP to
absolutely
to bring more Republicans into the fold, and I think we're going to get there in a matter of time.
Absolutely. Well, I don't want to hold you to any date, but we would expect it in this calendar year, at least, the way things are going, that it happens. So we want to be on the ground floor. Where do people go, Doctor, if they want to help, volunteer, learn more? What do they do?
Yeah, sure. They can go to our website, republicanccc.com, but they could also follow our social media on Facebook and X. And message us there as well. We'd love to have as much help as we can. I do also want to shout out to our committee. We have a great committee who've done a terrific job, and they're working hard as well.
Doctor, come back to. We'll be counting down here. The ball is going to drop here soon.
No, it's my pleasure. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Dr. Raffi. Thank you very much, Dr. Raffi Terrazine, here on Talk Radio 1210. All right, so Chester County 2794 is the magic number. Each week we'll have Scott count down on that. I mean, he's the ultimate incrementalist. That's what I believe in. Inch by inch is how you win. All right, Henry, has that dropped yet, that sound? Do we have, oh, good. Okay. Coming up, we're going to play for you at the cabinet meeting. It was relatively brief. Pam Bondi, I think, was responding to an Epstein question. And then President Trump said, it's unbelievable. People still care about this. What? All right, we'll play them both coming up.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, Go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. That's good news on the suburban front. We'll keep our eye on it. Active voters. That's where we're going to be going with in the future. Presler's right. We got to get one more than 2794. We have to get that number decreased and celebrate. And then we would have a tie. We would have 2 out of 4. You know, Montgomery County would be like winning against the 1927 Yankees. I don't know if that's the standard anymore. That's a good one. Yeah, who do you say? Well, that would be like beating the 86 Bears. Nah, it never caught on. I think it is still the 27 Yankees. Joe of Columbus will know. He'll give us opinion on it. You better not say
he's going to have a biased opinion.
Yeah, it probably. That's like the 1980 Cowboys. Yeah, like we're ever going to take that here in Philadelphia. But anyhow, I like the transparency, but this is not good. At the Trump cabinet meeting today, there was a question directed toward Pam Bondi. I just got in on the tail end. Apparently, she's starting to try to answer something about Epstein, and the president sort of jumps in, and then Bondi just trails off. Is this acceptable? Trump is basically saying to the Trump base, yeah, it is. Why in the world would you care about Epstein? Now, Epstein isn't the biggest thing in the world, but I understand why people care about it. It's the side question today. One of these things that you want the answer to. We go through this all the time. Here's how it sounded. Here comes the spin. All right, then. Now, if you have a pulse, don't crawl into the covers there. Look, you can be supportive of Trump. That doesn't mean he's wrong on this. It's not a desecration. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. But he's going to tell me you just have to talk about Texas. Is that what the memo says today? You got to give me a break on that. And Bondi's answer, you could argue, I see the argument on Fox that was a misstatement. She didn't have the file there. But they got to clear up this minute thing and the tape, and quickly she started to allude to that. All right, so who's the fall guy here? Is it Bondi? Is it Kash Patel? Is there any fall guy? And what about the president's response here? It's just flat out wrong. This idea, well, we're doing great things here. Why don't we talk about that? Look, he's in charge. If he doesn't want to take a press question, that's fine. If he wants to make that time, any public figure, they can say that. There's a rebuttal to this. We've talked about that. We've talked about the successes. We can talk about them some more, but can we get an answer on Epstein? I understand why people get upset. This is one of those long simmering things that some people are never going to be satisfied. I would concede that. That's true. You got a conspiracy. You're not going to give it up. I still think the same thing with the Kennedy stuff. I'm satisfied. My one connection to it is being there right behind where he shot. I believe he did it. I believe he could do it. But there are a million of these things, and Epstein, in broad view for years, of course he had to be. Tucker Carlson makes this even worse. On his show yesterday, he had on somebody who was pretty good. And his summation is not that Trump is in the file. I don't believe Trump's in the file. Would have come out a long time, and Trump is too smart to get caught up in it. I don't believe it's about Trump. Tucker Carlson has to say it's about the United States and Israel somehow or another, connecting. And that's why it won't be reviewed. Israel again. Just saying this guy's got a problem. But it does appear Epstein had some intelligence thing going on that kept him out of jail. Give me your response. And if you support that, we'll put you to the head of the class, Andrew. If you support the president's approach there, and maybe even Bondi's answer was pretty detailed. I'm glad she answered it. And they're saying, well, that's all. No more on Epstein. So is Epstein a closed case? Can we check that one off? 855-839-1210. You get in, jump in right now, and don't be afraid. You can be critical. I mean, it doesn't mean every single thing you have to fall into lockstep. I don't like the president's answer on that. It's not a desecration. We can't ask about Epstein now. Now, I'm not saying this is going to have long-term damage, but it is interesting that people want to know, and some people don't want us to know. What is it they don't want us to know? Pretty hard to say. 855-839-1210.
Ready to redefine your home style? Bucks County Estate Traders offers a breathtaking collection of furniture to suit every taste. From timeless antiques to chic modern designs, discover thousands of meticulously cared for pieces, each one inspected for quality. Explore their ever-changing inventory, featuring styles from classic Victorian to sleek contemporary and charming coastal. And with their expert team often reupholstering finds, you're sure to discover unique treasures ready to make a statement in your home. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family-owned, American-made, and tariff-proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same-as-cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Coming to the calls. Every year I wait for United Van Lines to come up with their net moving into a state or moving out of a state. The number one answer of moving out net, meaning people moving in, people moving out. I won't give it yet, but you should be able to guess it. The shocker is the number one state that's leading in people moving in net. I'll give you both in a little bit. But we just played you Pam Bondi, who I think, under the circumstances, under everything here, maybe if I were coaching her up on this, I'd say, you got to say you misspoke there. You got to admit an error when you were talking about the files right on my desk. You know, you get on TV, you're being a bit provocative, you're having a flow of conversation, and you say stuff that you don't carefully couch. I could buy that she meant, yeah, the entire file and all this, but she teased up, if you remember, all this that was going to come out, and then it was nothing. That was a mistake. But President Trump saying, you're asking about Epstein still? Now, you know, many times the media is asking about something that is immaterial, trying to go negative, trying to get away from the headline of the day. But this is a big story because it's one of those things that has been ratcheted up, let's face it, by talk radio, by people like Bongino and Kash Patel and others, a lot of conservative influencers. By the way, it's a tell on conservative influencers. If they suddenly say, never mind, we don't care about Epstein now. Oh, you were just doing it when it was on the other side. Now there's a dilemma. No, it's still out there. It's still something that's unresolved. Let me go to Patrick in Chestnut Hill, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Patrick, welcome in.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Yeah.
Well, regarding Trump, I think it's obvious that he's taking a play out of J. Edgar Hoover's playbook. And when he opened the file, he found all of these great cards to play against all of these politicians and business people and foreign officials that, frankly, probably have exposure.
So you're on board with this as a strategy?
Well, I think it's probably too good to pass up, especially in light of the way people have tried to use leverage against him. But anyway, I do think that there's information out there. I'm just trying to rationalize why he would try to cover the scent.
But again, let's say that you're right in some shape or form. First of all, I don't believe there's anything about Trump here that has to be hidden. He's too careful on this stuff. There's no evidence. They would have gotten it in New York a long time ago. But let's say there is something there. Do the American people have a right to know something here, or does the president just say, for the national good, to your point, I'm just going to play these cards when I feel like, and that's it?
Well, one, I do agree that I don't think there's anything on Trump.
Right.
But I do think from an international policy standpoint, it also could be rather delicate what is in there.
That's what's in there.
If you don't give it away, you got to give it all away if you give any away.
All right. So then you're leaning then toward the side of remember, we were ratcheted up by all these people that are conservatives, right-wing influencers, everything else on this, and our own instincts, Patrick. We saw this guy parading around. Nothing happens to him. We thought Bill Clinton, Prince Andrew, maybe Gates, all that stuff, allegedly. And now we should stand down?
Or maybe there really isn't that much, but he wants to be able to have some of those players think that he has something on him.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Patrick. Well, if there really isn't that much, though, and you go around still saying both things, you're long-term, you're risking people believing anything that's said here. We were all built up with this, with Patel particularly, and somewhat Bondi. And now suddenly there's not really anything there. Well, you can make the argument, why is Maxwell in jail? I'd have to go back and read the transcript on the evidence. But if there are no clients that we know of, and it's just the word of these females, Henry, make a note if you would. I know we have to get on. I think he'll come on this, maybe even today. Do you have the Dershowitz contact?
Let me look.
Yeah. Dean Drazen. See if he'll come on later today. Because if you remember, Dershowitz was the lawyer for Epstein, and he actually said on my show, Dom, I want you to know I never took my trousers. He actually used the word trousers off. You don't forget a guy saying trousers. You mean pants? My trousers. All right. So I'd love to hear what Dershowitz has to say about it. Robert in Ben Salem, though, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Henry. It's good to talk to you guys today. Dom, I have to tell you, man, I'm not happy about this at all. I'm not happy about this at all. I don't expect perfection from anyone, and there's no change. I still support the man.
Right.
But this is not cool, okay? I don't believe, according to Michael Biden, okay, I'm not going to get into all the things, but I don't believe he committed suicide, and I firmly believe that there's a client list. And what I think, after thinking about this, and I haven't listened to anybody, I don't really listen to, like, influencers, or I just thought about it. And if there's anything to cover up here, I would submit that there probably, if anybody's being protected, it would be Israel and the Mossad, because of their connections to Epstein and what people think he was doing with all of this information, having something on world leaders. But I just want to say that I can let this go, but I just want Mr. Trump and especially Ms. Bondi and Kash Patel to know this is not cool, okay? If you think you're going to keep doing things like this, you're going to lose your support. I'm not going to say they're going to lose it over this, but I'm not buying what they're selling me, and I'm not going to buy it just because I love Trump.
That is very well exactly the point I've been trying to make, exactly where this is. But, saying this is a desecration, can't we talk about something else? Well, if you're going to be transparent, and they're doing a good job. I mean, what other cabinet meetings have been held like this that are transparent? So that's all a plus side. What did you think of Bondi's answer? Given everything, I think she did pretty well. I
didn't buy it, but you're right. She did. That was, I guess you could say, that was a pretty good answer to that. But I'm a little sick with this. I'm ready to let it go, Dom, but I'm a little sick with this, and I'm going to maintain I really think it has something to do with Israel and the Mossad. And I'm not saying Israel and the Mossad is evil here, okay? There might be things that they have here that he doesn't want to let out. I don't know. All I know is that it's not setting well with me, but I'm still prepared to move on because we have a lot of bigger fish to fry. Now, if I was a reporter and he said, we have tragedies, why are you talking about this? This was a tragedy.
Exactly.
Shouldn't you resolve this before you move on to the next tragedy? And I'll leave it there.
Well, and Bill, Robert, the thing is, in plain sight for years, how often did this come up? And we're always saying, what does this guy have? And thank God, I forget who it was in Miami that finally brought this to a conclusion after all. I mean, we know so much about these guys, how he had a heated sidewalk. The snow couldn't fall in his penthouse. It melted. That's how much was that? Yes, that's how much was it. The heated sidewalk almost got me. What the heck? Yeah.
Well, the eccentricities of human beings notwithstanding, I really hope that we come back to this one day. And I don't want to take too much time, so I'll get to my side answer.
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to get to the bottom of what happened with the Titanic. There are a lot of stories out there about discrepancies in the official story, the fact that there was a sister ship that had insurance problems. And what tipped me off on this was the fact that at that time in 1912, they were debating the creation of the Federal Reserve. And the three richest people in America were all against that. That was Astor, Guggenheim, and Strauss. And all three of them died on the Titanic, and the next year the Federal Reserve passed. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's awful suspicious. And I'll leave it there.
I didn't know they were aboard the ship. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you,
Have
Robert.
a great day, you guys.
You too. Robert's position is about where I am with what President Trump said there. Love to get you in at 855-839-1210. Yeah, could it be there's some connection here? This guy was useful across the board. God only knows. I'm as close as you can humanly possible to 100%, though. They're not covering up anything for Trump. This would have come out, and this is not his ballpark. He's too cagey for that. There wouldn't be anything here. And they would have bragged, and people in New York, they would have gone after this. You would have heard it a million times. And Bondi, to her credit, gave a pretty good answer there. But the idea that do people still care about this? Yeah. I'm not saying on the list of things they walk around with today they care about. It depends on the moment. It depends on your situation, on what it is that might pop in your mind that you care about at this moment. But it's one of these nagging things. That's why we asked on the side that you want to get to the bottom of. So be it headless people in that valley Andrew mentioned. You heard Henry's. Mine was prosaic maybe, but autism. You know, when we get whatever the answer is from this study coming up, who's going to be buying that? That's going to be as contentious as anything possible. Look, let's give it credit. These are transparent cabinet meetings, something we've never seen before. But I think that's a legit question. It's right out of the news, right at this moment. What more are we going to ask about Texas? You know, what else are we going to say about that? What reform or whatever about Texas? After 48 hours of it, I don't know that there's anything new other than the piling on from the left on this thing. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Lainey Alexander, and this is my husband, Paul Alexander, and we've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2019.
Let's say you have $1 million. Would you be willing to lose 10%, $100,000? I wouldn't. If you made 4% on $1 million, you now have $1,040,000. I'm comfortable with guaranteed 4%.
And it's a no-brainer. Why would you not want at least 4%, or even knowing that your $1 million is
still $1 million?
Yes.
Crash Proof Retirement lets us live our life and have fun.
We're able to take a vacation and spend the money the way we want it and not deplete our income. Crash Proof Retirement has been wonderful for us this year, and we're comfortable. We're fine. I have no concerns.
If she says I'm fine, I'm fine.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Dom Giordano coming to your calls. The Epstein thing came up now at the cabinet meeting today. Got the side question, something you'd like to get to the bottom of. I mentioned the United Dean van lines. New Jersey is the number one net, meaning small number move in, but a lot are moving out. Exodus. And the number one importer of people, and in a million years, I wouldn't, West Virginia. What's the attraction in West Virginia?
Wow.
You know, I've always had just such I know the health concerns, there's nothing there that it's the hill country. Come on, Tom.
I mean, it is.
John Denver's song? I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I've driven through there. I've been to Morgantown. It's a great state. Yeah, not a whole lot else going for it.
Right. I mean, usually you would think the number one answers are climate, Florida, and the government there, the taxation is pretty good, et cetera. South Carolina is temperate, if you like that. It's too hot with Florida.
Yeah. The way you were teasing it, I thought it was going to be some sort of like big sky state, like a Montana or Wyoming.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
West Virginia, it was way towards the bottom, I guess.
Yes. So it brings up the question, the top five people, net exporter of people. Jersey's number one, New York's there, Illinois, Massachusetts, I forget the fifth. They're all the biggest blue states. Bottom line is, then why stay in Jersey? In other words, people are not making enough, even though it's number one almost year after year, at least Dean Van Line's the last 8 to 10 years. New Jersey has been the biggest net exporter, say, the last decade, 20 years, I believe, in the country. It's not enough to stop progressives. Progressives are betting what I've always said. Jersey has a tremendous sense of place. If you grow up there, look at someone like Rich Cioli. It's similar to growing up in South Philly. Yeah, there's the corruption, there's the progressivism, the high cost of living, the taxes, the overregulation. But it's the food, it's the places, it's the expressions, it's the language, it's the music. In other words, Jersey has a sense of place. I guess West Virginia does, but I just can't. I'm moving to West Virginia. Who out there wants to move to West Virginia? Give us a call. In a million years, I just don't see that. We got somebody here. All right. Yeah.
Asking you shall receive.
Yeah, but the bottom line is they know this deep down. I don't know that these beady-eyed progressives, I don't know if they would articulate this. Why do they keep doing it? They keep doing it because they're not driving away enough people to have a comeuppance, to have a reckoning. But I think we're getting closer. And this poll that we told you about the other day with Jack Ciattarelli being down 20 points is beyond preposterous, just beyond it. Mikey Sherrill is not a force. And I give credit on the other side. Oh, my God, you're running against Mikey Sherrill. Now, maybe she doesn't have the net negatives yet because she's able to masquerade as a moderate. I get that. But she's not an overwhelming political presence that would just crush Ciattarelli. Ciattarelli has a lot more name recognition this time. We got the Trump movement is happening. Now, the only thing I would add is when are Spadia and Bramnick, when are they going to endorse Jack Ciattarelli and get on board sooner than later? But even with that, I'm telling you honestly, could it be that he's down 20 points? No. And we have evidence of that other college poll the last time that had him down 26 points, and he only ended up losing by 3, and the poll came out pretty close to the election. It's fraudulent. I mean, it's just ridiculous what you have to face here. So have you ever thought, if you're in Jersey, about moving out of Jersey? And I gave you my theory on why people don't do it, because it really has a sense of place attached to it. And everything's there, people are there, etc. Why would you move from that? Now, I have Jim calling, and he's got some angles on West Virginia, but they're not persuasive to me, Jim. I'll tell you going in. Maybe to some people they are. I'm arguing people are willing to put up with a lot of stuff that goes on in Jersey because of what I think psychically they recognize about it, that there's nothing like it for them. Now, when I go through South Philly now, though, it's not the South Philly I grew up in. So I don't particularly say, oh, man, yes, bring me back to South Philly. We still live in Philadelphia. We thought about the suburbs. And I plead insanity on it of why. But look, I survived Jim Kenney. Sherelle Parker's a lot better. Think about it. Anybody. All right, Phil Murphy, Jim Kenney. All right, I should put this. Which one would you rather live?
Oh, man.
Phil Murphy's better than Jim Kenney. He really is. Phil Murphy
it's a low bar.
Is a progressive. Right. He's a king-like. He's got the money. He's a doofus. Jim Kenney is just pure miserable, the most miserable. When that clown at the wake, the funeral, the elegy, we all had to get up and talk about Wild Bill Grenier, storied figure, Band of Brothers, Henry. We're at the Academy of Music. I'm sitting there just like that.
He had turned, looked at you, gave you a smirk and a wink.
Yeah.
Walked away.
This guy, this clown from 2nd Street. Yeah. So I would say I'd rather, let's say you're going to have a 20-year reign. You want Phil Murphy or Jim Kenney? I'm going with Phil Murphy. What do you, Henry? You say Jim Kenney.
Yeah, I mean, the bar, it's not even on the floor. It's like buried 6 feet under. Yeah, we'll go with Phil.
You're going with Phil? Yeah, okay. Andrew, do you know these two?
I know Phil. I'm not very familiar with the other gentleman.
With Jim Kenney. Look him up. You'll see what we're talking about.
I'll Wikipedia him real quick.
He's the mayor who said he was going to quit. He'd like to quit right there the night of the party on July 4th when there was a shooting.
Terrible.
It made national news. Yeah, he wanted his pension, but he quit right there.
Of course he wanted his pension. Right, of course, yeah.
Jeff Cole of Fox got him. You're saying that you would quit right here? Yes. Phil Murphy's never done that. I got to think of somebody also beneath that people would say is worse than Phil Murphy. It's got to be somebody out there. All right, 855-839-1210. All right, I'm sorry. Jim and Wayne called in and said, sorry, Jim, I was coming to you. Apologize. Said, well, land is very cheap in West Virginia. I don't doubt it. So is it purely an economic thing? I'm telling you, I don't see people from Jersey. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking the last line of Goodfellas. He's in the witness protection program. I think he's in a Sunbelt like a Phoenix. And he talks about, I'm just an average schmuck here. And I asked for was it a cheesesteak? No. He asked for, what did he ask for? And I got some ketchup on something. You know, he wanted some Italian food. And that's what he got. What kind of Italian food are you getting in Phoenix? Come on, give me a break. It's flyover country. You got to go to Jersey, South Philly for stuff. They probably even say sauce there. 855-839-1210. If you've ever thought of moving, is West Virginia appealing to you? I'll give you some of the other net export. I mean, they're bringing people in. I see ads for West Virginia now, and the land is cheap, no doubt. But it's just, what's the appeal? Don't you need more than that to want to move to? I get South Carolina. If you're a golfer, a boater, temperate climate, all those things. All right, South Carolina looks pretty nice.
The only thing I can think of for West Virginia is that I think more and more people just want to get away from it all.
Okay,
okay. Be isolated
They
want
to be isolation.
If the land's that cheap, I'm going out there and I'm buying it.
That's a good insight. You know, maybe they're frazzled, Jersey. I just want to get out of this, wherever it might be. I'm going to move away from all this rat race. And that would be the perfect place to do it. All right. Bill in Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, afternoon.
Good afternoon there, Dom. I just wanted to point out that you had Guy Shiraki on there yesterday.
Yes.
And he sort of redeemed me about my comments about...
No, both of you are in big trouble now. Nobody's redeeming anybody. The two of you are going to share a cell.
Well, he happened to invoke the same 80-20 rule I mentioned the day before.
Well, but, it depends. Ronald Reagan, may he rest in peace. I don't look at 80-20 on minor stuff. Suppose...
well, you just became the 20% when you said you didn't agree with the activity with Epstein. So you're part of the 20% now.
Bill, what I'm saying is it depends. And Brian has been a serial offender. That's why listeners have such a problem with him.
Well, I think maybe I would have suggested you take a poll and see whether the folks out there listening should say to Brian, we should say, should he stay or should he go? All right?
Well, I think when we do have somebody that's primary and we have a little bit more to go by as far as how credible are they, then I'll do it. I think they would say what I'm saying. We got to see who's going to primary because we have to keep the seat.
Well, yeah, of course we have to keep the seat, but we can't have somebody that's 100% conservative. We've been down that road with the Senator Mastriano. We know how that goes.
Well, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. He's not 100% conservative. He's a doofus. There's a difference here. He's crazed.
Well,
okay, let me ask you this, Bill. Do you think, could I be elected in Bucks County?
Possibly, because you're a little loose on things like abortion and, some other things that can fit, but like I've said before, we got a lot of grad school moms out here, soccer moms and PhD moms and all that, and all these little boroughs, Doylestown Borough and Yardley Borough and all these places, which are,
All right, I will ask that question, though, Bill. Thank you. Coming up, the great sheriff of Nottingham, Bucks County, Fred Herron. Guy Shiraki yesterday on the show has written a column that will drop. He sent it to me in a day or so, talking about how Democrats are nationalizing this race. They're making this sheriff's race in Bucks County a referendum on Trump, on illegal immigration, on God knows what. All right, so we'll talk to Fred Herron about that, find out what his podcast is up to. Are we being too harsh on Brian Fitzpatrick, though? You hear, Bill, and Guy Shiraki, the 80-20 rule. I hear you with the 80-20 rule, but this is beyond that. I have to see who might line up. If there's nobody credible, then we need to keep the seat, of course. All right, phone lines. Hit us on the side question, too. And would you move to West Virginia, of all places? How odd. And Jersey. Tremendous sense of place. I think Jersey has every bit of sense of place as, say, South Philly does. And it's hard to give that up. And they prey on that. 855-839-1210.
Kale & Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Wawa has apparently selected Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation as the winner of the Wawa Foundation Hero Award, where they present FBBCF with their award and a $50,000 grant. Let's give it up for this audience and Families Behind the Badge.
As you say, Nick, that's the power of 1210.
That is correct, sir. That is the power.
This is what it's all about, being a local radio station.
See what the power of 1210 can do.
Start your day with Kale & Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
At California Psychics, we know that sometimes you can wake up thinking,
I don't know if I'm in the right career. Ew. Or the right relationship.
But whatever your life dilemma, at California Psychics, we'll give you the guidance you need to feel certain about your life choices. And because we only connect you with the very best, we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Have you booked your summer vacation yet? Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Don't skip making great family memories. Book your getaway at the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May. You and your family will love it. Book a July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights get you $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use them right at the Grand Hotel, at Hemingway's Restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession, or in the gift shop. Take your family on a whale watching boat cruise. The Grand Hotel is my happy place, and it's going to be your happy place too. Always book direct with them for the best rates and the resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding, baby and bridal shower with 4 ballrooms. They have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Just call my friend Caitlin. She is the 2025 South Jersey Face of Weddings, and she'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams. 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Book your summer stay today.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Summer is here and the good old times are calling. Heat things up with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Fire. Cool down with Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. And for the classic moments, there's always Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 Black Label. Right now, head into your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store and get $3 off each of these summer favorites. And don't forget to pick up a 4-pack of Jack and Coke or Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, ready to drink in a can. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com.
A heat advisory and a flood watch remains in effect across the region today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, very hot and humid with some late day strong to severe storms with a high 95. Tonight, some shower storm chances early, otherwise partly cloudy, low 73. And for Wednesday, partly sunny, chance for an afternoon shower storm, hot and humid with a high 91.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, this is Dom here on Talk Radio 1210. Sheriff Fred Herron was one of our honored people of the year for ample reason. Guy Shiraki on yesterday told me his column, I think it drops tomorrow, Real Clear Politics, Pennsylvania, about how out in Bucks County they're trying to nationalize a race for sheriff, which really ought to be about public safety, that vector, which person is better to uphold public safety. Well, it's something Guy says that's been trampled on by Diane Marseglia and her commentary about not following the law. But what is Fred Herron doing that's so radical? 17 other, by one story I saw today, townships in Pennsylvania are doing the very same thing. Let's go to Sheriff Fred Herron here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Fred, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Dom, thanks for having me back. I appreciate it.
Well, Fred, how does it feel that, and Scott's got a pretty good, Guy has a very good handle on the suburbs, that they're nationalizing this. This is not just a race about public safety in context of Bucks County, but it has national implications they're bringing into this.
I don't get it. As you just said, this is really very simple here. As a career law enforcement officer for 39 years, it's just about continuing that work in law enforcement at a county level, keeping our residents safe and bringing new projects, initiatives, and programs to Bucks County to make it a better county. So I don't get all the hoopla nationally about it. That's not what I'm interested in. I just, we got a tough race. I just want to win and keep keep this county moving in what needs to be in the right direction, even though we get a lot of headwinds sometimes.
Well, and as we've seen, a big story today, Fred, is that ICE is literally under fire all over the place. So they need people that are providing some infrastructure as they take care of the, shall we say, the heavy lifting part of this job in a place like Bucks County.
Right. And, this is, we're working with them trying to, do what the part that I said that I would do, and that is deal with people that are criminals in this country illegally. And I stand by that. I'm not going back on, I think it's the right thing to do. It's a no-brainer. If someone is here illegally committing crime, I have no problem sending them back to where they came. I will not let any federal agent in Bucks County that requests assistance or calls for help. I will not sit by and allow federal officers or any law enforcement officer to be assaulted in any aspect. So what's happening around the country is just absolutely ridiculous. That's the difference between a sheriff and some of these other folks is I work for the people. Now, the people have their opportunity in November to tell me whether or not they like what I'm doing, but I don't answer to, liberal commissioners that might not want to support law enforcement or might not want, federal agents being backed up. That ain't happening on my watch, I can tell you that.
Fred Herron with us from Bucks County. Fred, a real good listener and a supporter of this, asked, though, how would this affect various towns, townships that you just referenced across? You have the county, that's your role as sheriff. How do you interact with them if they're negative toward this?
Well, the chiefs, with 39 police chiefs in Bucks County, none of them have been negative. They're all very positive men and women. The problem is, some chiefs answer to, different boards, some Republican, some Democrat. Even some of the Democratic boards are make a lot of, are common sense folks. There are some in the county, maybe not so much. But the chiefs, I don't believe there's a chief in this county that would take an order from a liberal board and not support law enforcement or, federal agents. I don't believe one exists in Bucks County. We've been working very well together. And remember, I came from Ben Salem. I was the president of the Chiefs. I'm recycled back. I'm vice president. I'll be president again in 27. They're just great men and women, in Bucks County that lead our law enforcement agencies. So I don't foresee that to be a problem. But if, God forbid, somebody's board really got hard on them, I wouldn't allow that to happen because I don't answer to anybody's board.
Absolutely. Well, I thought that's what you'd say. So where does it stand right now, Fred? We've been moving around this a lot. Is anything in motion at this point? You got an approval, right? But where are we? What's happening?
Yeah, so we completed all our training. Now I'm sure I'm not sure the county commissioners listen to you. Maybe they do, spying on you, I should say. But they're gonna lose their you know what once they hear what I'm about to say. But I don't really care. We have all our training completed. We are now waiting for our official certification back from ICE. With our, it's kind of like looks like a driver's license card that we're all certified like we do with our regular, sheriff certification or police certification. So once that gets back from Washington, we are going to sit down with them and then finalize our rules and procedures. I have a good outline now. It's not ready for publication, but when it will be, it'll be available to the public if they want to look at what I'm doing. And we'll be ready to roll. We're going to be out the door, ready to go. We're working with them now unofficially, but once this is done and completed, we'll be 100% on board, working within the scope that I told the people we'd work with. And Dom, I think you report on this. I made concessions. I shouldn't say concessions. I made agreements with the NAACP, with other liberties groups, that if they want to, I'll call them. I don't care if it's 3:00 in the morning. If we have somebody in custody, I'll tell them this is what we have them in custody for, and this is what they are in this country illegally on A, B, and C, and the crimes they've committed, and see what they think.
Well, that's the point. That's what I'm waiting for, Fred, and I'm sure you are. When one of these people that you are talking about here is in custody and you're providing the infrastructure, making it safer, and we actually see what they've done over the course of time. Some of these people, as you know, though, are crazy enough still to support it. But by and large, you're right. Those 39 police chiefs and others, they're not going to support stuff like that.
Support, not support, yeah.
Yeah, they're not going to support saying we have to let these people roam over Bucks County. No way.
No. The chiefs here they're great men and women, and I know all of them personally. I mean, they do a phenomenal job here in Bucks County, and of course, our district attorney Jen Shorn. Our problem in Bucks County is we've got some boards that are hard to the left, and we have two county commissioners that aren't interested in law and order. Listen, I've been here now since January 22. I have no problem saying they have no interest in law and order. They think they support it, but they don't, because they haven't. It's easy to say anything. You got to put your money where your mouth is, and I haven't seen any of that.
Exactly. It's Fred, the podcast. Are we into double figures now? What's the latest?
Yeah, we just finished taping we're doing number 10 this week. We did number 9. We're getting we've got I have a guy that's tracking it. He's saying we're getting like 180, 200 people following. I don't know what the good numbers are. I would love to get into the thousands if I ever could. I don't know if that'll ever happen.
It'll happen. It'll happen, definitely.
We got some great topics. This week drops Thursday, and we're talking about our sheriff's outreach unit here dealing with mental health and people that have warrants for their arrest that are homeless, and how we're taking the burden off of local law enforcement, keeping cops on the street, and I have my deputies going into the homeless camps, helping these folks that are homeless, getting their warrants cleared up and getting them services in the county. I will say Bucks has a lot of great services. They do a great job with that. And, it is a multiple prong approach. So, not everybody needs to be locked up. Some people just need some help and be set in the right direction. But we're trying to help these folks with warrants, taking the burden off local cops. And then the next episode is going to be great. It's going to be the women in law enforcement.
Okay.
I've got a bunch of my lady deputies, my women deputies that are coming on, talking about how women relate in all this, and I think it's going to be, I don't know what they're going to say, but I think it's going to be very, very interesting. So very excited about the podcast, and I'm sure you're going to mention it. We're going to get the flyers out. You've locked in with September 10th. We're going to be doing a charity celebrity bartending here in Chambers in Doylestown.
Yes, Johnny Z is coaching me up throughout the month of August. He's giving me some great tips. If it's supposed to turn out red, put something red in it. He's been a miracle. And how much of a head is on a beer and stuff like that. Very, very deep stuff. I'm serious. Johnny's serious about this. So where do we find the podcast, Fred?
The podcasts are wherever you get your podcasts. It's on YouTube. It's on Spotify. It's on Apple. Wherever you get your podcasts, just Google podcasts and put in Law and Order Bucks BUX, and it's wherever podcasts are available. You could also go to our Facebook page. You can go to our website, Bucks County Sheriff. You can go to our Twitter account and put in Bucks County Sheriff Podcast, and it'll pop right up. So we made it very easy for everybody to download and get the podcast. We've got a lot of good followers, and I've been also ending each podcast with a personal story. It's kind of a story that's been continuing week to week, and hopefully get the viewers interested in that. Some people are finding it very interesting.
All right, well, Fred, we will see you in September, but I'm sure we'll talk before then. And as soon as you're complete, let us know. We'd like to know how this is playing out.
I'll keep you up to date, but we're coming to the end of all that. The training's all done. We're waiting for our certifications. We're waiting to sit down with ICE and get our 100% game plan in order, and then that's it. We're out and about. County commissioners continue to try to stop me, and they've been unsuccessful.
Yes, and it will be that way. All righty, Fred. Thank you. Thanks for coming on today, Fred.
Thanks, Tom. All righty.
All right. Sheriff Fred Herron, Bucks County. All right. As that goes on, he joins. It'll be 18 in Pennsylvania doing it. I'm sure in Doylestown that will be. But I did several listeners. I asked him about these townships. He said 39 police chiefs. They're supportive. Guy Shiraki on to something. I'll let you know when we see his article where to find it, that they're nationalizing this. Democrats. They're trying to make this sheriff's race. My God, in suburban Philadelphia, where it's an even district and people like moderation, how can we be doing this? Well, they have people there that need to be taken off the street that are violent here illegally. That's all that it's about. All right, 855-839-1210. You get on board. Hope to see you. It's at Chambers in Bucks County, in Doylestown, I believe. I'm not sure if it's 5 o'clock or 5:30. When as we get closer, but mark that date down. And I'll be happy to make the drink. I'm not promising. I know a team of bartenders will be standing by to make sure we do the right thing, whatever it is. No huge drinks. One ingredient. That's all I'm operational for. I've done this before, and mainly it was just talking, occasionally pouring a beer. And I've been told this is a mixed drinks crowd. Oh, God. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, which is something that you want to get to the bottom of. And I'm happy that we've had several people coming in saying, yeah, we want to get to the bottom of Epstein. Robert hit it on the head. You don't have to go overboard being critical of the president. This was transparent. I think Bondi did herself some good here by answering. It's a legitimate question for a million reasons. All right, 855-839-1210. Now, here's the overkill. Tucker Carlson saying, if you want a revolution, then cover up stuff like Epstein. Look, the Trump base is not going to revolt over this in that manner. But they're going to put it on the board and say, we don't want to see any more of this, and continue to have it gnaw away a bit there. But I've never seen a political movement that has this base of support. This is not a game changer in that sense. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood and Ocean City. It's Philly sports put to music.
He does a lot of parodies of different songs. To see it all come together was just awesome. And then the whole family.
There's just so much talent on that stage.
Joe Conklin's really funny. And I love the Frank Sinatra guy. And I thought the drummer was fabulous. Go Joe, go Birds. It was awesome.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at Wildwood High School Friday, July 11th. And the Ocean City Music Pier Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. Big 2 o'clock hour coming up. Brooke Rowans, the Agriculture Secretary. Good thing today, they're going after the Chinese buying up farmland and trying to get it back. Absolutely. But I'll give you more details on this, saying that, they look at farmland and deported workers or workers that are self-deporting on farms they'll be replaced by people that are taken off Medicaid or have to work those hours. Oh, man. So these guys mainly on Medicaid are going to go and work the farms. I got to say, I don't see that as a plan. Do you? I need to hear from a farmer, a former farmer. We reach farms. We're big in farmland. All right, let's go to Susan in Chester Springs. A lot of farmland there on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Susan.
Yeah, hi, Dom. Yeah, I live in horse and manure country. Love both because I'm a horse person, but I'm definitely not one of those people like you were talking about.
Do you see the people taking off Medicaid now being forced to work on farms? How would that go?
They're not going to do it, but I think it's a good idea. And it's not like this is anything new. Under Clinton, they were supposed to do some work.
Right.
I mean, it's just because it's Trump, and you have to hate Trump. But, and you were talking about, and as far as Epstein goes, if someone tells me, I've got this great surprise for you, and every day I'm going, what is it? What is it? And I never see it. If there's nothing to cover up, just put it out there. It makes conspiracy all the more valid.
Exactly. And in an age of social media, influencers, etc., you are just churning it up. Although, given the circumstance, I think Bondi did a very good job in her answer, given the circumstance.
Yes. And West Virginia, I actually almost bought a house in West Virginia because it's a beautiful state, and you can still buy a house with a functioning gas well on it so that you get free gas for the life of the
Wait a
well.
minute, a functioning gas well. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh.
And it had geothermal. I mean, it was a cool place.
Yeah.
And it was like $200,000 with 10 acres. So I see why people are going there. And if enough people go, they make their own little clique. And then, I don't know. West Virginia has its charm, and it's not that far from good hospitals and, the Northeast. I've been to West Virginia. I've seen the cops fighting, the roosters tied to barrels, and my son said, oh, my God, don't get out of the car. And I did. I went up to the door past the pit bulls to ask if I could photograph the roosters. Lucky for me, no one was there. So,
it sounds like a magnificent place. You have roosters fighting. You have pit bulls. Yeah, why not? Okay.
Well,
what's your side, Susan?
My side is Amelia Earhart. It was my grandfather's first cousin, and he always hated Roosevelt because he said he sent her out there to spy and then left her high and dry. And they're all the stories, but then the National Archives, they came out with photographs that really, it had to be Amelia Earhart and her navigator, and her plane was on a barge. So I don't know. It's a mystery, and it'll always be.
Thank you. Thanks, Susan, very much. Always a great call. All right, we have Dom's Money Melody coming up, and this new book out on the campaign, particularly the Biden side of it. I saw them this morning, the three reporters, one Wall Street Journal. What is the event that really triggered President Trump to make a firm commitment all out? We're going to roll the dice here, either win or we're going to jail. What was the thing that set him off? And I'm going to ask you, out of all those indictments and things that happened, was this the one that galvanized, where I went back and looked, and I think in polling, he really went up on this? What was it, the charge or the thing, the lawfare? Which part of it, which case is it really set people off? I think you agree. All right, big 2 o'clock hour with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Extreme heat, power outages, don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 WPHT listeners get a special offer. $300 off your generator installation, a 5-year extended warranty, and 1 year of free mobile link monitoring. Call now, 610-539-2920. That's 610-539-2920.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big issues, big guests. Tomorrow, probably around 12:30, we hope to have Zelina Zito. She wrote the original book, The Great Revolt. Remember, she's the one that said, take Trump seriously, not literally, which was a distinction I think it's very accurate. She has a new book out. She was there in Butler, ready to interview the president, and I think the shooting was just a year ago. The anniversary, I forget which day. And he called her repeatedly to talk to her, even after recovery, after being shot in the ear that day and the next day. And her insight on Trump through that in a new book is something important. All right? Also yesterday, so we talked about President Trump today, and I'm glad to see several people called in who are Trump supporters and said, no, you can't be saying this. Facing down a reporter, I'm going to play it for you here in a second, And then I'm going to play you Netanyahu last night. And one of the biggest upsides of President Trump, and I think arguably this will be his greatest legacy. I know there's a lot of things out there. This changeover in a unique way you wouldn't expect from Trump, but I think it's the biggest thing in a second. That's very positive. Here is today, Pam Bondi and President Trump at the cabinet meeting, and somebody brought up the question of, well, what about the Epstein matter as this roils out there, now saying nothing to see there. Here's how it went. All right, I thought a good answer. The president's not good. Now, here is with Benjamin Netanyahu, and the point I was making, Dom Giordano's show, about something that's so unusual about Trump, and what I think is arguably, finally, the biggest legacy, the biggest change. Here's Netanyahu last night at the dinner, suddenly presenting Trump with a letter.
The president has already realized great opportunities. He forged the Abraham Accords. He's forging peace as we speak in one country, in one region after the other. So I want to present to you, Mr. President, the letter I sent to the Nobel Prize Committee. It's nominating you for the Peace Prize, which is well-deserved, and you should get it.
Thank you very much. This I didn't know. Wow. Thank you very much. Coming from you in particular, this is very meaningful. Thank you very much, baby.
Thank you. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Now, I would say Netanyahu giving that letter is a great gesture. And the element of President Trump, let's face it, when he ran the first time, no unending wars. That turnover from what was mainly the Republican and Democrat position to this mode where he's used bombing, particularly recently with Iran, and not he's used American power, technology, things of that nature. And he believes in all the powers that we have without. And we talked about at that point, he followed through on what his pattern is. We did not get involved in an unending boots on the ground, or anything remotely like that. That's where we are, okay? But the answer today on Epstein is really lacking. Bondi did a good job of going through certain aspects of it. Not going to go away easily. It's not, as Tucker Carlson said, oh, this is going to foment revolution and all that. No. There's so many other things there. That's true. But people do want answers on this, and they're not getting them. They were teased up. We would get answers. People ran on that. Kash Patel, Bongino, both were on top of this. Bongino in the role as talk radio host, Patel as sort of an official, etc. Now, I mentioned also this new book out. When was the moment when things really crystallized for Trump? And what they conclude, I think it's a Wall Street Journal, Washington Post guy, new book out on the campaign, what happened with President Trump and Harris the day afterward, all that stuff. But they all come to the conclusion, and I share it, and have to go back and look at the polling. The thing that motivated Trump even more, I thought he was always going to run, but maybe, maybe not. The lawfare, when they raided his Mar-a-Lago, that's it. That crystallized it. And I think, given in the minds of people, look, this is a technical thing going on here with this guy who runs the archives, and we're sending in armed forces. And they're going into Melania's rooms and Barron's, etc. American people don't like stuff like that. Overkill. Not quite Mark Houck, going to his house, pointing guns at 7 kids with him. But that kind of thing. I think that case more than anything, and what happened there, if you remember that part during the campaign, all 3 of the authors of this think, behind the scenes people think, that's what crystallized it and gave him something to run on, not just the broad lawfare, but exactly how egregious, how far this went. And I agree. I mean, there's a lot of moments there. I don't know if they address in the book, and with Selena Zito on tomorrow, I'm in a camp that says after he was shot, for whatever reason, first of all, media coverage, conspiracy stuff, God knows what. And I'm trying to, what intervened there during that too, after it was Biden taking the air out by what happened in the debate and tagging in Harris. I mean, I had people call. We were in Gettysburg, as you know. Luke loves Gettysburg. Ro and I went. We loved it. We had a great tour guide. I recommend it to people. We had a little difficulty getting in and out of the bed and breakfast with the combination lock and all. It was a little tricky. But what happened there did not propel him to the presidency. It didn't have legs. People were already going to vote for him. It went away because of other events, media bias, whatever. So Zelina Zito on tomorrow wrote the book about this, the 1-year anniversary, having it out. Exclusive interview with the president right after being shot. Why did that not? People calling me, it's a sure thing. He's going to be elected president. Remember the backstory, we had Don Jr. coming at that point. And he couldn't make it at a certain date. Then we did it in September in Collingswood. So, yeah, I thought when you're shot and survive, particularly that iconic photo, what Trump did there, that would reverberate. Now, there's something we still haven't gotten to the bottom of. I always blame incompetency. That's how that clown was able to be on that roof. And I stick by it rather than conspiracy. I mean, look at the FBI. We learned that from all the tests. What idiots were involved with this. Just idiotic, the nonsense they did there. And but for the grace of God in turning his head, a near miss is fatal. So you would think after that, that would be pretty tough to beat. But the Biden blow up and then the tag in appeared to give them, I thought at that point, this is going to be very close. Even heading into election night, all those swing states did not seem to be where we were headed. All right, we'll take your calls on the side question and everything else coming up. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, we're playing for a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies versus the Binghamton Rumble Ponies at First Energy Stadium in Reading, Pennsylvania, Saturday, July 26th. For tickets, visit readingphillies.com. Henry, what do you have?
All right, Dom. So today, the side question, we're asking for something you'd like to see to get the bottom of.
Yes.
Something that we did get to the bottom of, I'd say, about 7 years ago, was the whereabouts of a singer who hit it big in the 90s and then kind of disappeared out of the public spotlight. So this person was a struggling musician in the late 80s, early 90s. Was driving a cab around New York City when...
Jimmy Fallon.
Suddenly, they got the opportunity to pick up a movie director. So it was like, oh my gosh, this is my chance to maybe get one of my songs into a movie. So played him a demo of one of this person's tracks. He loved it. He sat on it for a few years and then put it into a very pivotal scene in a very, very, very successful and famous movie. So I'm going to play this song from that movie today, which I'm sure a lot of people in the crowd will know. I want to know the little-known artist who sings this song. I want to know their name, and because they are the ones that they had to be tracked down. This movie came out in theaters, and shortly after, this person disappeared for almost 20 years. So,
Henry, before you do, excuse me, so they're carrying around the tape with them. I admire that.
Well, it's the 80s, 90s. You got to have that, in your front seat or something like that.
If I had a Hollywood producer there, they're not getting out alive. We're going to take the long way here until we get there.
And this person shot their shot.
Yes.
Made it into this movie and is one of the most iconic scenes from the movie because of the song.
Okay.
So, I want to know the artist singing this song. Yeah, I don't want to give too much of it away because if you know the movie, you definitely know the song. And if you know the song, you know who this is. So, give me this musical artist that disappeared for a while.
855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do, just push pound 1210. We'll get a winner coming up. And all this trash strike, there's something in there that I agree with the union about that Sherelle Parker will not go for. It's not money. Something else that I think they ought to get. Straight ahead, Talk Radio 1210.
Every month, we shine a spotlight on one outstanding local veteran in partnership with the Travis Manion Foundation. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's Veteran Spotlight. Hey, it's Nick Kale here, and on Wednesday, July 9th, we will be honoring U.S. Army veteran Chris Hoover for his service and commitment to the veteran community. The Veteran Spotlight is presented by Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Be here this Wednesday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, Jeff, looks like your business is really booming, even in a tough time for businesses like ours.
Hey, Mike. Yeah, thanks to LendSeek, our business was able to take care of some outstanding bills and taxes and to purchase inventory and expand our product lines.
Wow. You know, my business needs working capital, but only from a reputable company that I can trust and count on. How does LendSeek work?
Fast and easy. Just apply at lendseek.com. Their AI lending platform gave my business access to over 100 funding programs with one simple application. And it costs nothing to apply.
At lendseek.com, you can receive business funding with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. Whatever your funding needs are, seek no more. Our AI lending marketplace has you covered. If you've been in business at least 1 year with annual revenue of at least $250,000, you could get the funding your business needs in as little as 24 hours. There's no obligation, so apply today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale is extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Upgrade your laundry for less with LG. Get a top-load washer and large capacity dryer from LG. Regularly $749 each for only $498.88 each. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right. Who is this cab driver when they disappeared from the public spotlight, then came back singing this song? Let's go to Kevin in Bucks, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Kevin, who's singing?
I'm a little torn here. I think it's either Lazarus, Q. I think it is Q Lazarus. I think.
Wow.
All right.
I'm glad you put that together.
Yeah, that was at the most. It was like we were on with Pat Sajak or something. By the way, I still say Pat Sajak. Don't like the other guy. I know that's unusual.
Seacrest?
Yes. Ryan Seacrest, another feud.
Oh,
yes.
man.
Ro and I go back and forth. Bring back Pat Sajak.
Yeah.
I like his snarly sort of stuff.
I think he's happier in retirement. But Q Lazarus. That is the musical artist. He's a cab driver in the 80s, 90s. Jonathan Demme, the director of The Silence of the Lambs, got into her cab. He pitched her, or she pitched him this demo. He said, I love this. I'm going to use it in something.
Yeah.
It was another few years later when he used it in the mirror scene in The Silence of the Lambs, where Buffalo Bill looks into the mirror and asks some questions. Anywho, after that, the band that she had gotten kicked out of previously took her back, and then after that, after a few more years, she kind of just disappeared. She was speculated to be dead until someone realized that she was their bus driver in New York City, working for the MTA back in 2018. Unfortunately, Q Lazarus passed in 2022.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
By the way, backing up The Silence of the Lambs, Lou Gall, who used to do movies with us, I think the first time I had him on, this is way back, may have been at the other radio station, and somebody calls in with he said a first date with a woman he goes to see, Silence of the Lambs. Oh, my God. What kind of woman is not thinking, that's it, buddy. It's a maniac. Get out of here. Let's go see Silence of the Lambs.
He's
You got to think, how about a rom-com of some sort, not silence. Oh, it's a rom-com.
Would you do me?
Yes, there
He's
you go.
asking that in the parking lot.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yes. All right, that's a winner. You'll off to see the Reading Phillies. We'll have more tomorrow. A couple of other things. This DC 33. Who knew? A judge has ordered some Philadelphia airport staffers back to work as strike continues. Apparently, they were straining the system that there's a 911 equivalent for the Philadelphia airport premises. It responded to 2,539 emergency calls last year, and these people not being on the job and forcing others in 12-hour shifts was causing a big problem. Fatigue is building up, making the response less efficient. Emergency situations, every second counts. How vast is this DC 33? They're also paying people to keep the water safe. Henry, should I play the guy? Yes, I think I should. A lot of money to keep the water safe. Here is the managing director a few days back assuring us, though, and he keeps telling us, this is cut one, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. The water is indeed safe.
And I want to reiterate, we want DC 33 to come back and accept this fair and fiscally responsible offer. And I am so proud of the workers across our city government who have stepped up since midnight this morning and done everything they can to keep our critical services operating. And they have. Our 911 calls have been answered. We've had police and fire units, our firefighters, our paramedics, our police officers responding to incidents continually without missing a beat. The water is safe to drink. Last night, even before midnight, we had other members of our dedicated City of Philadelphia workforce locked into their work locations and ready to deliver all of these essential services. We had crossing guards, as advertised this morning, on the street to protect our children. We had rec centers, crossing guards with clearances, substitute crossing guards with the appropriate clearances in place to protect our children. We had rec centers and pools open as advertised today. And let me reiterate, the water is safe to drink. These people are working hard around the clock, 24/7, 365, until their brothers and sisters from DC 33 come back to work. And they will continue to do that for as long as it takes to get the job done. What we cannot have are acts of sabotage, obstruction, or worse, destruction of our city facilities, acts against our residents, businesses, and visitors, and our other dedicated employees who are filling in these roles. We need your help. We need our entire city's help together to get through this until our valued DC 33 colleagues come back to work.
All right. In this airport with the 911 operators, the attorney for the union told the judge, well, strikes are meant to cause disruptions and impose a hardship on employers. Whoa, buddy. We're dealing with 911, though. Really? You want to continue to go down there? One thing I agree with them on, that they're negotiating on, it's not just the salary increase, and we talked about that. It's residency. They don't want to be made to have to live in the city of Philadelphia, and I couldn't support them more. They're making the case, if you really believe how difficult it is to pick up trash, for example, right? And I think it is, without a doubt. Police and fire have much better regulations about not living in the city of Philadelphia. The mayor doesn't see it that way. A bad sign for Sherelle Parker. In what universe do you think it's appropriate to make people have to live in Philadelphia? Let my people go. If they don't want to live in Philadelphia, they should have that choice. They shouldn't be made to live here. And the trash workers certainly are way behind where police and fire are when it comes to that right to live where they want. Let's see how this plays out. Will she really have to capitulate on it? It's not wages. It's just that simple. All right, let's go to David, Lexington, South Carolina, which is a big net importer of people wanting to move there. Hey, David, what's the biggest, when I think of South Carolina, of course, Southern hospitality and all that, but I think of a very temperate, reasonable weather pattern all year long. What's the biggest attraction, South Carolina?
I would say I hear most from people out there when they come here, they think of lower property values or, cost to live here, lower cost of living. There is a lot of golfing. You have the beaches, you have the mountains, all kinds of good stuff. And I will say this, we do have a lot of people moving here. We are slapped full, but if you bring me some pizza and some cheesesteaks, I can work you in.
Beautifully put. There's the new state. It's one of the biggest net importers versus Jersey, which is the biggest loser, says Dean Van Lines. Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely growing. I mean, we got a 600 home neighborhood going by mine right now, so a lot of people moving here.
What's your answer on the side, David? What do you have today?
I would really like to know what happened with Hitler, where he died, how he died, when he died, all that stuff. I don't think we truly know.
You don't believe all the bunker, all the evidence, and all that, huh?
No, I don't believe it. I think there's something out there. I think he lived well beyond what they say he lived. I just really curious, what happened with him. It may be nothing, but I'm just kind of curious about it.
All right, thank you, David. Joe in Columbus, Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. I feel privileged picking up after Dave from South Carolina. He's a good man.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I go right along with exactly what Robert of Ben Salem said. The date asked us to the dance. We went through the dance, and she never gave us a kiss goodnight. There's a lot of things that they could have tied this up with, and they're basically, Trump and everyone is asking us to, not see what we really need to continue to see. What about the flight logs? Put a period at the end of the sentence. Show us why we don't need to see what we don't need to see. It's getting it's disrespectful.
I would agree with you. And look, I think the reporter, you can always make the argument, well, kids died. There's always going to be, I'm not dismissing it. And it's getting fair coverage. I think it's all over the place. But the Epstein thing, to your point, has been ginned up all these years. Patel and Bongino were two of the biggest, Bongino and Talk Radio. So, we want finality with this.
Tom, they had something for us, and they let us down that picture. And there were young girls that were abused. We just can't end this. We cannot end this. It's just...
I might add, one of them apparently committed suicide recently.
Yeah. It deserves pursuit. It definitely does. Just from the standpoint of a parent, for God's sake. My side answer, and you have to understand, we had some great debates at my dining room table. My dad would always initiate them, whether he was taking the pro side or the con side. And the big thing was, how did God begin? How did God have a beginning if he ever was? And then when you get older and I got into the sciences, the science field, how did the Big Bang was ever created if something could come out of nothing? It just didn't make sense to me.
All right, good one, Joe. That's pretty existential. You don't get more basic than that. Very good. All right, 855-839-1210. Get on board with yours. Coming up, a new Superman movie. You got to see this guy on YouTube. I'm fascinated by this guy is a big-time director, what he says the new Superman movie is about. And if you don't like it, tough. Will this do worse than what was the most recent Disney? Was it Snow White? One of them was a bomb because I think it was Snow White. I would say this is going to fail bigger. And I'm intrigued by this guy's hairstyle. You got to take a look at it on YouTube. I don't know how you even get your hair like this. This director, Sean something, taking over the new Superman movie. And the word immigrant is involved with Superman. Curious? That's next, and your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio. Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty, so you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Philadelphia police released surveillance footage of 3 suspects from the Grays Ferry mass shooting. The striking blue-collar workers union is presenting a new proposal during negotiations with the city today. And you won't have to take off your shoes anymore while going through airport security at Philly International.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom time. Let's get an answer on the side question. Something, Leslie Fisher-Pine, it would be in my top 2 or 3, something you want to get to the bottom of. The New Jersey drones. What exactly was that? You remember all that. Did they fully go away? The answers that were out there, that was one of the wilder periods. And I think she's right. I don't think we fully have ever locked that down. All right, the new Superman movie, director Sean Gunn says his film is about an immigrant, you know where this is going, that came from other places, and the kindness that we have lost in America. YouTube.com/1210 WPHT. Here's what the director says.
It is exactly what the movie is about, I think, that, like, we support our people, you know? We love our immigrants. Yes, Superman is an immigrant. And yes, the people that we support in this country are immigrants. And if you don't like that, then you're not American. People.
All right, then. Boy, I want to go and see that movie. Can we get an early booking? Let's all go over and see that. God. So you're not American. And, of course, this dope. Oh, buddy, we're talking about immigrants here. Did you leave out a word? Of course. The word illegal. Well, we're not putting that in. It's immigrants. They're all immigrants. That's the same thing. What a slur to people that did it the right way. We still honor legal immigration. Superman, I guess, could have come through Ellis Island, and we would see his capabilities, and he'd be a legal immigrant. Or he could just knock over the wall or whatever we set up to get into the country, I guess. Can you imagine Superman? They give this guy, hey, we have to recharge the superhero genre, which has got, I'm in the camp of directors who say, we've gone far enough with this. You know, these are not, what did the Goodfellas director, what did he call them? He had a name for them. It's gone too far. You know, be creative, come up with some more ideas other than reworking Superman as a immigrant.
Well, it's funny he's speaking on this too, because he's not even the director. His brother is.
All right. Is it James Gunn?
James Gunn is the director. This was Sean.
Right. Okay.
Who you might know from like Gilmore Girls or something.
And what is his role in this?
I have no idea.
He's in the movie.
He's in the movie.
Okay, he's in the movie.
Right.
He is an actor.
Yeah, he's an actor. I think he does a lot of comedy stuff, but
Yeah,
he's not the director. He's in the movie.
He's Kirk in Gilmore Girls.
Woohoo.
Is that where the hair comes from?
Honestly, yeah. Well, I mean, if you think his hair is wild, you see James's.
Yeah.
Okay.
James
it's Snow White and even more spiked up, and he's got the beard going.
Okay. All right, let's go to the Earl of Tacony, see what he has today on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Earl.
Hey, Dom. You want to talk about Epstein some more? Or
sure, go right ahead.
It's just a big can of worms. It's just so much going on with it. It's a lot more complicated than people make it out to be. There are two things I want to bring up. First off is there's a trope in movies where you go and you look into something that's supposed to be innocuous, you open it up, and it's far worse than you think it is, and you just turn around and walk away. Perfect example, if anybody ever saw the movie Nobody, I just saw that last month with Bob Odenkirk, where he's just, a nobody, and they go and they open up his file, and they find out he's this horrible, horrific person, killer, and they just turn around and just say, I'm not involved in this, I just want to walk away anymore. And I think that's what part of this is, where they just figured, it's just a bunch of people that are, molesting children, and they go and they open up the file and they see how horrible some of this stuff is, and it's just to the point where we can't even just bring this to the public. It is just so bad, we can't bring it to the public. And there's also the fact that you're dealing with evidence that's illegal and can't be presented to the public. If you remember the Hunter Biden laptop, where they were going to lock up Rudy Giuliani if he released the Hunter Biden laptop because of the child porno on it. And they had to remove all of that material.
Let me stop you
before
here.
they could release it.
All right, how is it that Maxwell is in prison for 20 years then? If there's no clients, there's nothing else.
Well, I'm not saying there aren't clients. There are crimes, but I'd have to look into what Maxwell is on. I know Epstein was brought in on prostitution.
Right.
Last time he was thrown in jail. As for trafficking or
but Earl, let me cut to the
underage,
chase. Are you okay then saying, hey, let's move on from this?
No.
Okay.
But I can understand why some people may not be willing. Would you want to sit there in the jury box and have to watch these videos in order to have proof? Because you can't just accuse someone of saying, hey, I keep saying,
so I won't get sued. They keep saying Bill Gates or Bill Clinton are involved in this. And they could possibly say, that's liable. You're slandering me. I'm going to sue. Well, you can't prove it because you can't bring it to the court of public opinion by presenting the evidence. That's part of that's the catch-22 in this whole situation.
Well,
you have
you can't run on all this stuff. You can't tease it up and then say, never mind.
Oh, I agree. That was a mistake. But it's a catch-22 where, it's ironclad. You have definitive proof. These people will definitely be, locked away with, and throw away the key. But you can't present it to people at the same time. That's why I think a lot of these guys are repeat offenders where, they got sucked in by Epstein and it's like, hey, guess what? I got you, molesting a small child. I'm going to blackmail you with it. And it's like, well, good luck, releasing that. And, I'm going to keep coming in,
All right.
I'm going to keep taking advantage of this.
All right, Earl, what's the answer on the side today?
I've been working too hard on trying to get these answers, so I'm just going to be lazy today, and I'm just going to say, who put the bump in the bump, shabam, shabam? Who put the ram in the ram-a-lama ding-dong? Who put the shoop in the shoop, the shoop, the shoop?
All righty, Earl, thank you. Okay, we'll take that entrance. I like the drone slightly better. By the way, I never got to it, the guy. Maybe more detail tomorrow. Was this really the worst thing with the check-in? Probably. And my resentment was, hey, we'll take one for the team, but I'm not going to take off my shoes if you are not profiling. You profile, and we have to do this to make us safer. Are we going to rank the taking off of the shoes then? Apparently, TSA, no longer do you have to do this on flights. At least it seems to be ironclad now because they have better methods of dealing with this. Is this sort of like the mask in COVID? Is this sort of like any number of things in COVID that all along, this was not something that was really making us safer? What would make us safer is to do what the Israelis do. I've flown El Al, is profiling. Effective profiling, which still can be done. Can we at least say that? I'm glad they're taking it away when we go to Sicily and Calabria in October with listeners. There's another reason to go. You don't have to take off your shoes, at least as we understand. That whole thing, you're holding this, you have your belt, you're trying to put your belt on, you're trying to compose yourself after getting through that, particularly if you go up through New York. All right, it is the lightning round next. That means 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Todd N. Tuckey of TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, and we sell real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for your home. Your home. Imagine the fun your family can have. You can even rent our maze-like showrooms for an arcade party. So, check out our website, tntamusements.com, or just Google us. TNT Amusements.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit, see if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this, like, yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text card to 323232. That's card to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
At California Psychics, we know some people can't read the career warning signs, like your boss still not knowing your name.
You, Tina, Lisa, Sheila, whatever. Get that report to me by lunch, okay? It's Carrie, ma'am. Just get it done, Terry.
So talk to California Psychics and receive the career guidance you need. We only connect you with the very best, so guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. California Psychics. Call 1-800-PREDICT today and get 20 minutes for just $20.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, too good to check and see if this is fully true or not, but apparently Whoopi Goldberg today said hosting this show sometimes can feel like hell. Oh, my God. The damage these women have done for millions of dollars a year, and the reason was apparently they were discussing allegedly being on the Epstein list. The women from The View, what the heck?
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, the conspiracy that's out there will not go, oh, my goodness. All right, let's go in the lightning round. Something you want to get to the bottom of. We've had some great ones. I like that Jersey drone one, Leslie. Let's go to Drew in Upper Darby, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, what's yours?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot. You know, Dom, we all know about the USS Indianapolis.
Right.
And all the parts of that story with the atomic bomb and the sharks in the water. But the captain, his name was Captain McVeigh. He was found guilty of being negligent. And the thing was he? Because, he committed suicide over 20 years later because the question was, should he have zigzagged or not? You know, and it tormented him all those years because a Japanese sub got it. And it was just, I don't think we will ever know the truth about that story. Thanks.
Well, look, I agree with you. I mean, I give the guy credit there. We put Sully on trial. Remember the trial of Sully? For landing on the Hudson. The guy lands on the Hudson. We don't get ticker tape parades. We have these bureaucrats put him on trial. Trying to say, yeah, well, you should have tried to get to the airport and die. That would have been better. Yeah, really. That is still in my top 10, the audacity of it. If we ever asked something that was audacious but reasonable, well, I don't know if it's reasonable.
Hey, I don't know if it's very reasonable.
Coming down Broadway, if I were on that plane, I'd be saying, oh, my God, I hope my heart would say, I'm rooting this guy on. Yes, we're landing on the Hudson. My God. Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, afternoon.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon. In the 1960s, specifically 68, an American submarine by the name of Thresher was conducting maneuvers off the coast of New England. Something happened, and the submarine sank to the bottom of the ocean and became immobile my unsolved mystery is the question, what caused the submarine to sink to the bottom, and was it ever salvaged by the U.S. Navy?
Thank you, Joe. Wow, people carry around, Henry, this was sort of your idea, spin on this. They carry around a lot of things. This Epstein thing's not going to go away for a while. The ladies from The View were on the list, allegedly. Oh, my, Joy Behar, off to the island. Who in the world put that out there? Watch Trash Bags tomorrow, too, because of the missing minute that Pam Bondi talked about with Epstein. They were changing the trash bags. They look like different trash bags. Chef Dave in Oak Lynn, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, go right ahead.
Mine is the mystery of Oak Island. Can we finally get to the bottom of it?
I'm not sure I know that one.
What's the mystery?
Yeah, what's the mystery?
Well, these kids in like 1799 found depressions, and they started digging, and they found like oak things, and this thing floods itself, and they found what's that called? Coconut husks in it. Basically, people think it's Blackbeard's treasure or the Knights Templar stuff. Something's hidden there, and they never can get to it because they've been digging for 230 years, and they ain't found nothing.
All right, thank you, Dave. Henry, by the way, you're our sports desk.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't come up with any real get to the bottom of sports conspiracy or anything like that that's out there.
Yeah. Are
So
there too many of those?
Yeah, well, there are plenty of them. You know, the refs.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh, heck, you could just do the CONCACAF Gold Cup final. That was a handball. Why they rigged it? Are we going to get to the bottom of that? No.
All right, so still a lot unsolved out there. We already have our thing tomorrow, too. I think it's a really good one. Andrew, what do you say? Who did you like? You were screening the calls.
I liked Amelia Earhart was good. That's a classic one.
Right.
That's going to be a mystery until the end of time. I'm a big history buff, too, so Drew's answer about the USS Indianapolis, that was really intriguing for me, too.
Henry, what did you like?
Yeah, I second Susan Chester Spring's answer of Amelia Earhart.
Good call, too, yeah.
I like Drew and Upper Darby's answer with the USS Indianapolis, Joe and Exton's answer of the U.S. submarine, the Thresher. And you know what? While it is a kind of a generic answer, the explanation was fantastic, and that's Robert and Ben Salem with the Titanic.
Yeah, that was a great call, too, from Robert. All right, so which one can we lean on here? Yeah, I like Robert and Ben Salem's. Yeah, the call was really good, too. The people that were aboard the Titanic and the Federal Reserve. Yeah, definitely. So tomorrow we're thinking about, well, really it was today, the first public reading of the Declaration of Independence. Mm-hmm. That, I guess, last minute, maybe Jefferson, but few people really knew what they were going to say. We'll be looking for that premiere, that reveal, the public reveal of something. Be thinking about that. All right, I think Mike Opelka in for Rich today, right? I think so. That's what I supposed to know.
I would hope so. You're saying it. I don't know.
Yeah, okay, we'll see. Or Rich coming up. He's the Oli Show for 4 big hours. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210. Will Epstein be in the news tomorrow? Yeah, I think it will. All right, so we'll see. Richie Oli Show next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof